so maybe some people are still joining. For sure the trains are packed when it's rainy. Good. Ohayou gozaimasu, good morning. Dear speakers, dear experts among the audience, as the moderator of today's forum, I warmly welcome you to the Japanese, German, French forum on AI in healthcare. I'm the program coordinator at the German Center for Research and Innovation Tokyo, and the coordinator of today's forum. In the frame of AI in healthcare, today we're going to focus on two topics. It's on quality standards for AI applications in healthcare, and the second topic is joint database for medical data. We invited you as the respective experts at universities, at non-university research institutions from the background of research funding organizations, from policy level, the regulatory bodies, and from private sector. You will have the chance today to follow the inputs during the panel discussion, and you will have a chance to be more actively engaged during the working groups. With this, I would actually already call the first speaker of today, Ms. Dorothea Mahnke, the director of the German Center for Research and Innovation of Tokyo, to take the floor. Please provide your greeting.
So, dear Professor Messling, dear Mr. Esaki, dear Dr. Adenot, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Ohayou gozaimasu, bonjour, good morning. Thank you for coming today, despite of the bad weather, and I'm very honored to welcome you here today on behalf of the German Center for Research and Innovation Tokyo to this forum, Japanese, German, French forum on AI and healthcare. Today's forum is a follow-up of a session named AI Applications in Healthcare that was part of the first trilateral symposium on artificial intelligence in November last year here in Tokyo with almost over 400 participants. Last year we had a very lively discussion during this session, and everybody agreed that there should be a follow-up, and we took this idea on board. Today we would like to continue and deepen the discussion, and we are very glad that the two chairs of the session back then, Dr. Sakurada and Professor Dr. Juffernbruch, will guide us again through this forum. Thank you very much. Japan, France, and Germany, our three countries, are all facing aging societies, and we must think about how we can meet the emerging challenges that come with this change. What do we need for a sustainable and affordable healthcare system? How can we integrate the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence? And how can we assure safety, privacy, and the public acceptance when we adopt AI solutions? From our discussion last year, we came up with very important results. First, it was agreed that we do need to assure the quality of AI applications in healthcare, and second, that we need to build integrated databases that can be used for these applications. Today, we will look exactly into these two topics. In the morning, we will discuss quality standards. In the afternoon, we will focus on joint databases. Each topic starts with a panel discussion, followed by several workshops that you can choose from. During the panel discussions, we will learn more about the different perspectives on each topic from representatives from policy and regulatory bodies, from leading universities, and from non-university research organizations. During the working groups, we will deepen this exchange with experts from hands-on fields of application of AI in hospitals and clinical trials, on big data mining and safe data sharing systems. In the closing panel, with the title Expanding Human Intellect by Combining Artificial Intelligence and Humanity, our two chairs, will reflect today's results together with the distinguished experts from Japan, France, and Germany. With this forum today, we hope to pave the way for possible joint guidelines on quality standards for AI applications, as well as some recommendations on how to build a joint database for medical data. And we will take these results into the next workshop that will be organized by our partners, the French Embassy, tomorrow. This conference was organized by the German Center for German Research and Innovation, Tokyo, and let me just say a few words about us. We are a joint initiative of the Federal Foreign Office of Germany, German Science, and the German Industry. We were established 9 years ago and are now part of the German Academic Exchange Service here in Tokyo, the DAAD. We provide a platform for German universities, research organizations, funding organizations, and research-based companies in order to make German science and research more visible and more accessible in Japan. The co-organizers of today's symposium is the Embassy of France in Japan. Over the last 12 months, we had the pleasure of co-organizing several trilateral activities and events. This is surely the best indicator for our very, very fruitful cooperation, and I would like to thank you very much for making this possible. Furthermore, the forum is supported by the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and of course by all the members of the DWIH, the German Center for Research and Innovation. Thank you very much for your very, very precious support. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the speakers from Japan, France, and from Germany, and to the experts who are joining us in the audience, and to everybody who attends this conference today. I wish you a wonderful forum and an inspiring and interesting exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Mahnke. We will now, after this greeting, learn more about the policy framework, the requirements formulated from policy side and national initiatives. And with this, our first plenary speaker is Professor Veronika von Messling. She is the Director General for Life Science Division in the for the Life Sciences Division in the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. I would like you to provide the plenary speech.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess you can all hear me. Well, so, dear Director Mahnke, dear Madame Adenot, dear Mr. Esaki, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here today, and I'm very grateful to be able to participate at this meeting. It offers a great opportunity for an exchange between different stakeholders from Japan, France, and Germany on the use of AI applications in healthcare. And we are all aware that with this enormous increase in digitally available data and computing power, AI applications are increasingly moving from research to application. The first systems are entering the markets and have already demonstrated their advantages in patient care. And I would like to give you one example from cancer screening from the University of Heidelberg, where a convolutional neural network for dermoscopic melanoma image classification, so you saw I got my coffee this morning, has outperformed more than 130 skin cancer specialists of different training levels. So the message here is not that computers are about to be replacing the human doctors, but much more that those AI applications can and will assist doctors in working more efficiently and in improving healthcare delivery. So examples such as this set high expectations as to what artificial intelligence can bring to healthcare. And patients have high expectations. We think we all will be patients or are patients, and so we think that AI will make diagnoses more precise, and will result in more advanced and more personalized medicine with better therapeutic outcomes. Physicians anticipate that the next generation of decision support systems will be able to integrate more and individual medical data so that they will be able to draw from a broader knowledge base and thus make better decisions. And furthermore, artificial intelligence promises to enable physicians to make even better use of the exponentially growing medical knowledge from published sources. This will accelerate transfer of research findings into everyday practice. And I very much hope that the time saved by using the above-mentioned tools, and many that we might not even be aware of today, will lead to more time available for direct communication between the doctor and his patients, us, right? So this sounds all very good or very exciting, but there's a number of challenges we also have to face if we want to make this reality. And I'm pretty sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but let me just name a few that we are looking at as the German Ministry of Research and Education as areas where we may have to act or where we want to act to address these challenges. So the basic but not trivial challenge is to create reliable sources of data for AI applications. Let me come back to the example of the skin cancer screening. An algorithm is only as good as the data on which it is trained. Like for non-informaticians, the word for this is garbage in, garbage out. So important for the success of the melanoma image classification tool was the quality of the images as well as the subsequent confirmation of the associated diagnosis. And if we think a little bit further along, we realize that there are more complex disease contexts that will require the merging of patient-related data across multiple locations and multiple data sources. In Germany, we are laying the basis for this with a program called the Medical Informatics Initiative. This initiative aims at establishing an IT infrastructure, so to speak, the skeleton at university hospitals, which allows access and exchange of patient-related data by health researchers and healthcare personnel to optimize patient care and, at the same time, to advance science. Germany's university hospitals have by now all joined forces with research institutions, businesses, and patient advocacy groups to create a suitable framework for data sharing between institutions and partners. As German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, we are investing around 160 million euro in this program through 2021. So this sounds like a lot of money, but this is also a formidable task. And I think we all expect that this will be money well invested. For all sorts of machine learning applications, it is important that the source data are well structured and interoperable. And I'm sure these are two words that you will be hearing all throughout today. Since the Medical Informatics Initiative operates at the interface between healthcare and research, they are influencing the standards for data documentation and interoperability in both areas in Germany. They also strive to enhance the use of international standards to ensure the interoperability of the data, not just nationally, but more relevantly on an international level. This means international standards such as LOINC, FHIR, IHE, and HL7 are being introduced at all sites. At the Ministry of Education and Research, we also want SNOMED CT to be available nationwide. SNOMED CT essentially translates the notes of a German doctor in a universal language so that a Japanese or French physician can include this case file in their studies. The Medical Informatics Initiative will be a first testing ground for the implementation of this program. And we are hopeful to have an agreement soon so that this can start. Our vision is that researchers inside and outside this Medical Informatics Initiative and other initiatives in Germany can conduct research with data records from all participating university hospitals. A joint application and registration office is currently being set up so that data requests will no longer have to be sent individually to each university, but rather directed to a body that takes care of the entire process. I would like to briefly mention another initiative that we have started with respect to data access and data curation, the National Research Infrastructure. So in line with the European Initiative for Fair Research Data, Germany has launched a specific funding measure to support the development of national research data infrastructures in all scientific disciplines. The aim of this National Research Data Infrastructure Program is to systematically manage all research-related data, provide long-term data storage, backup and accessibility, and the ability to connect the data both nationally and internationally. As for the medical data, the National Research Data Infrastructure will bring multiple stakeholders together in a coordinated network of up to 30 consortia tasked with providing science-driven data services to research communities. Let me come to another challenge, which is to create acceptance and transparency for AI systems. So the question this comes down to is, how can we strengthen the trust of patients and physicians in AI systems in a medical context? The assessment processes of AI systems must be transparent and comprehensible. A black box is not a trustworthy choice. We know that under certain conditions, machine learning results and algorithms used as decision tools can lead to biased and unfair results. We are probably all aware of this study where that essentially uncovered inherent racism in the decision-making software used in, or developed to be used in US hospitals. And here the goal really was to base decisions on seemingly objective data, but instead the software amplified existing inequalities. Governments, companies, and researchers are taking action to bring light into these black boxes. And Europe's General Data Protection Regulation, which came into force in 2018, is requiring better algorithm accountability, thereby pushing for progress in this area. A third challenge that I would like to mention is data privacy. How is our personal data handled and protected? Under which conditions can data related to personal medical histories be processed by AI systems? We all agree that health data contain very sensitive information, and consequently, we expect that this is being taken into account when allowing and promoting any type of use of this data. This is a challenging task, especially in view of German public opinion on this topic. And it is closely linked to the question of acceptance. One example for a project dedicated to the sharing and integration of data is the Data Box project. This is jointly funded by the German Ministry of Education and Research and the Ministry of Health, and it builds a platform for medical data management and data sharing that is patient-centered. The project aims at providing IT tools to analyze and share such data in a privacy-preserving way, since it is designed so that only the patient can grant access to the data. The ethical, legal, and social aspects of digitalization, big data, and artificial intelligence in health research are addressed and funded in Germany in the context of a specific funding line. The projects aim to analyze and evaluate these relevant topics on a sound scientific and technological basis, and to then develop options for action by the relevant stakeholders from politics, science, and society. The results are expected to enable an informed and objective debate on the topic, not only in the scientific community, but more importantly, in society at large. Lastly, evaluation of AI systems is a prerequisite for its use in healthcare. The old medical principle of nil nocere, do not harm, also applies here. The use of AI systems in diagnostics and therapy must always be more beneficial than harmful. This means that AI systems must be subjected to the same evaluation as other diagnostic and therapeutic tools entering medical markets. The classification of software for medical use as a medical device in the European Union regulation has clarified the regulatory framework. It defines the basic assessment and the procedure for each product to gain market access. It is equally important that independent studies show how AI systems perform compared to conventional treatment. In this respect, we should see them like in any innovation in medicine. Do they increase diagnostic accuracy? Do they improve the outcome of therapies? Are they helpful to doctors and patients and provide unbiased decision-making tools? We expect a great deal from AI in healthcare, but the health service sector is also a particularly sensitive area, so innovations have to be assessed and implemented with special care. So let me close by sharing with you my expectations for this meeting. My impression is that at the moment, there is no country in which all these challenges have been resolved. But we are all currently investing great efforts in this area. Today's forum is an ideal opportunity to learn from each other and to exchange experiences and possible solutions. I'm looking forward to fruitful discussions and hope to get stimulating ideas from this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Professor von Messling. I would like to say thanks to the following speaker, who was basically helping us to receive the official support of the ministry, the Japanese Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. So the next speaker will be Mr. Yoshihide Esaki. He's the Deputy Director General for Healthcare and Medical Policy at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. He will explain to us about the rationale and the link of AI in healthcare in Japan. So please take it forward.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yoshihide Esaki. I'm the Deputy Director General for METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and Cabinet Secretary at the same time. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, AI, there are important points which we have to keep in mind. The value of AI depends not only on the amount, but rather on the quality of the input data. So especially in the medical field, incorrect data inputs can cause the fatal consequences. So it is necessary to carefully consider why and how to use AI in the medical field. So in my presentation, I'd like to explain the reason why AI is now required in the medical field, and what conditions need to be for effective use of AI. So please look at the slide. Okay. Now this graph shows the causes of death in Japan. In the 1940s, many people died from tuberculosis. The use of antibiotics rapidly reduced tuberculosis deaths. So currently, the lifestyle-related diseases such as cancer and heart diseases. So infectious diseases are categorized in exogenous disease, which is caused by external factors such as viruses and bacteria. On the other hand, lifestyle-related diseases, which are caused by multitude of factors inside the body, are categorized as endogenous disease. So from the viewpoint of the medical expenses, the more than half of expenses currently from lifestyle-related diseases and aging. In the past, this graph was overwhelmingly occupied by infectious diseases, and now they are only the part of the others. So infectious diseases were an inevitable risk for many people and were not controllable until recently. On the other hand, the lifestyle-related diseases are controllable risk. So we must pay more attention to the fact the nature of the diseases has changed. So by doing so, we'll be able to find more effective treatment modality. So I'd like to explain this point more precisely in the next slide. So this table is classification of common diseases according to the nature. They are largely divided into exogenous diseases and endogenous diseases. And they are also divided into single factor type and multi-factor type. And the latter is mainly divided into aging-related and lifestyle-related diseases. In reality, the cause of diseases is more complex. So the color of the table is a gradation. Historically, medical care has been the fight against infectious diseases. Therefore, the purpose of the conventional treatment was to cure. And one-size-fits-all approach was the standard treatment. As a result, the examination procedure in the pharmaceutical affairs law is a single target approach with regulatory science. On the other hand, aging is here cannot be cured. However, but the possible to delay the progress of aging in certain respects. So early detection and improvement of diet and exercise is more effective than treating with drugs or artificial dialysis. So however, under Japan's current public insurance system, medical services cannot be provided unless a disease is diagnosed. If AI can be introduced in these areas where a multitude of factors, and the multitude of factors are involved in the detection and the diagnosis, so a medical service will change significantly. So let's consider these changes in the form of the medical services. When infectious diseases is primary concern, as it was for much of human history, the medical treatment begins only after symptoms appear. So once the cause of disease has identified, the medical treatment has focused on removing it by drugs or surgery. The last result was organ transplantation. It's a traditional way of treatment. When lifestyle-related diseases and aging become mainstream, it is important to manage lifestyle before getting sick. Such efforts enable effective prevention and treatment. So regenerative medicine will be used not only as an alternative to organ transplantation, but also for preventive and preemptive medicine. As a result, the quality of life of patients will be greatly improved. Then, I'd like to talk about the conditions for effective use of AI, the quality data. So for example, in the field of lifestyle-related diseases, when diabetes becomes serious, artificial dialysis will be applied. This treatment costs about $15 billion each year in Japan. Unlike infectious diseases, diabetes do not suddenly become severe. It typically progresses gradually, and health deteriorates over time. The people whose HbA1c higher than 6.5 is diagnosed with diabetes, and they are called high-risk people. And that of more than 6.0 are called diabetic preliminary groups. So traditionally, most of the people who participate in preventive activities have been the healthy people. As a result, preventive activities cannot significantly reduce medical costs. The high-risk people, as well as diabetic preliminary people, do nothing for health because there is no subjective symptom until HbA1c exceeds about 7.0. A huge amount of big data has been gathered on preventive projects so far. but most of these data are from healthy people only. Analyzing such data, even if it's large and of high quality, cannot create an appropriate program to stop the progression of diabetes, because it does not adequately include high-risk people. So, data on high-risk people is essential to produce effective AI to control the progression of diabetes and other lifestyle-related diseases. Therefore, we conduct a project to collect activity and health data for high-risk people only. So we gather data for more than 600 high-risk people out of 1.6 million people. They are divided into 8 teams, and data was collected using different devices. So each team was further divided into email intervention group and a control group. The result of this project was amazing. In the intervention group, HbA1c decreased from 6.99 to 6.43 in 3 months. The difference is clear compared with the control group. Of important note, while this project was aimed at improving symptoms of diabetes, it also had a positive effect of other lifestyle-related diseases, such as hypertension and hyperlipidemia at the same time. As far as lifestyle-related diseases are concerned, efforts to prevent one disease also help to improve other lifestyle-related diseases. If such intervention can be supported by AI, the burden on the medical personnel will be substantially reduced. This project has not only shown the efficacy of lifestyle management in treating lifestyle-related diseases, but also the potential for significant change in future medical science. However, this project has also brought new challenges to data-based medical services. The 8 teams unified the data formats in advance to collect the health and activity information using different devices. The data format has been unified more slowly than any other project. However, the data of the 8 teams could not be connected at all. We spent more than 3 months doing data cleansing to make the data comparable. The cost was unexpected. At first, we thought it was a measurement of error of each device. However, it was not difficult to collect such kind of data errors. The main cause was data granularity. So each device sending the data a different frequency caused by a serious issues. For example, this product A sends the data every second, B is every minute, C is every 5 minutes, and D is every hour. So like this. If such data with different granularities are automatically stored in the cloud, enormous amount of energy are required to make them comparable. This project has become an essential lesson to making AI in the medical field. So Japan is a country with the longest life expectancy in the world. So although Japan has a population of over 100 million, it is possible to collect a variety of health and medical data for almost everyone from birth to death. So moreover, the quality of individual data is extremely high. This is a great advantage for creating AI in the medical field. However, in order to effective use of such data in the future, it is necessary to make effort to unify the data format and data granularity from the data input stage. These efforts are essentially a way to collect valuable quality data to produce AI in the medical field. So in conventional medicine, the purpose to eliminate the cause of the disease, and there has been a little effort to improve the patient's condition. However, in the future medical care, it is important to control the patient's condition, such as increasing the patient's own immunity through the patient's own health management. For this reason, in Japan, we are focusing on the development of diagnostic equipment, including AI, to analyze complex information. These technologies and services will be essential for countries those populations are steadily aging. Such efforts by Japan are also the largest contribution of its kind in the world. So finally, I sincerely hope that this forum will prove to be the source of inspiration for all participants. So let's step forward together to the truly splendid future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Mr. Esaki. I think that showed well how the definition of healthcare actually changes to start at a much earlier point and how AI can be a tool in that. I would like to ask the next speaker to the stage to complete the picture and introduce the situation in France, the approach in France, to our topic. I would like to ask Dr. Isabelle Adenot to come to the stage. She is a board member and chair for Medical Device and Health Technology Evaluation Committee at the French National Authority for Health. Please.
So thank you to give me the opportunity to speak today and exchange. Like you said, Professor von Messling and Mr. Esaki. So AI has a lot of defenders and a lot of critics, people. And we have to choose go on or wait and see. And of course, we chose to go on in HAS because we think that AI will speak up the word of healthcare. So my presentation is divided in three parts. At first, of course, what we do in HAS, and then some actions in France for data and AI, and then very concretely what we do to evaluate and give trust in AI, and the project of an analysis grid. So in HS, we are an independent public scientific body. Because we are independent, we have a report, we give a report to the parliament and not to the health minister. We are 7 in the board and we are all appointed by the President of the Republic. 430 staff members work with us, and we work with 2,500 external experts. So our missions are to assess and prize. We also recommend best practices for healthcare professionals and elaborate public health guidelines. And we measure and improve the quality of care delivered in health and also now social care organizations. And we have, of course, one goal, people and patients. When we evaluate medication, medical device, procedures, and public health action. And I'm the chairman of the committee which evaluates the medical device. When we evaluate medical device, it's after, of course, after CE mark and European evaluation. And our evaluation is a clinical one, a scientific, and we give advisory to health minister recommending or not the reimbursement, and also we help for the proper use of a medical device. And of course we evaluate the data according the evidence-based medicine. So in HAS we think that we have a lot of change. Of course, as you said, we have now epidemiological transition. We are under pressure with medical demography, really. In France, it's a really big problem. We have a lot of changes in society, and of course, innovation is there. And the sector of medical device is known by his big rate evolution. In HAS, we have a strategic plan we do that for 5 years. And the first pillar is innovation, and everywhere is, of course, numeric. And this year, we did a report, a special report on numeric, and the item was numeric, which evolution, which revolution. And of course, we have numeric everywhere in the healthcare. At the beginning, apps for well-being, then prevention, care, chronic monitoring, return to home, handicap also, of course, maintain at home, and nursing home. And use this growing use digital technologies, of course, the volume of data grows also a lot. So the question is what we can do with all this data, and our answer is that a highly likely use can help patients, professionals, and organizations in the healthcare system. But the problem is that all these data are really, really highly fragmented. We have two types of use, of course for the patient, but also when it's a masked data for all the system. And the question is very difficult because we have some, just here on the right, we have in France a medical record with a lot of information, imaging, biological, genomic, etc., etc. We have also SNDS on the right. It's health administrative data. And of course, in the health system, you have a lot of data with registries, cohorts, studies, and as I said, medical care, apps, smartphone, and so on. So all is fragmented, and it's a problem. So the first question is to initiate the governance of the data. And in France, we have a system, SNDS. It's an administrative platform of data, and all French people are inside. So we have the data for 67 million individuals. We have 13 years experience, so it's a good platform, of course. And when you go to the doctor, you pay something, so you have a bill, and it's here. When you go to a hospital, they do something, so we know, because it's we have a code, and we know exactly in the platform what you have radio and biology and also. And in this platform, you have also death certificate. So it's a lot, but really it's not enough, because it's limited data. You have no clinical and paraclinical data, not medical history, and risk factors, etc., etc. So it's why we built now Health Data Hub, and with Health Data Hub you have all. And Health Data Hub, it just built 2 months ago, 1 month ago. So it's a very new one. Because the conditions for making best use the data is, of course, access data, all data, and then it's very important to have a good quality, and then, of course, it's necessary to be able to match different databases, and it's why we built the Health Data Hub. In Europe, like you spoke, we have in Europe we have very big documents, and in April 2019 there is ethics guidelines for trustworthy, and the items are human agency, technical robustness, privacy and data governance, and transparency. So in France, we have really a plan, because our President de la République said that he wanted to. We really, we need a plan. At first, it was in March 2018. The beginning was a report. Mr. Villani made a report. And then you see some action. Of course, there is a lot, but it's some of them. The first minister takes 2 major challenges in July 2018. It is how to improve medical diagnostics through AI, and how to secure, certify, and evaluate AI. And also, we create 4 institutes for ER in Grenoble, Toulouse, Nice, and Paris. So, for research, and especially for that. Then we create in France in October, it was the beginning, but now in fact it's running now, the Health Data Hub. Of course, you have France invests a lot of million euro in all these actions. For research, INRIA is responsible of a program. Here in February, you have contracts with industry, with companies. And we have also the aspect of economic, and now, just now, you have a new law. It's a bioethics new law, and it's actually in the Parliament. And probably in February, this law is okay. So for real life, for regulators, real life data are very important. For us in HAS, it's for evaluation, of course. It's also to monitor system performance and to give more efficiency in the system. So in HAS, in our committee, as I said, we only evaluate the medical device for an individual use. For example, for diabetes, for patients, for example. For example, we don't evaluate a software, for example, to help doctors to choose the best treatment for oncological treatment. It's not our problem, because we just evaluate medical device for individual use. So what we did, at first we beginning to work on medical device, but especially connected. And the question was, is it different when we want to evaluate a medical device connected? And this later, Corinne give more, really more concretely action about that. And now, just now, because it's on website in the HIS last week, we have a grid, an analysis grid of evaluation. And because it's really a new field, we have a special public consult, so everywhere here, everybody here can go on the website and say what he thinks about this grid. And why a grid? Of course, because we have a problem. Before, at a given date, we evaluate a given model of version of a medical device, and this medical device will be reimbursed exactly in the same version. But now, with a learning system, of course, all is changing, so we need something else. So we have this grid. And finally, AI is a real challenge for society. Data governance, as I said, but also bias and inequalities. It's a really problem, and Mr. Cruzon will speak on that. Cybersecurity and protection of sensitive information. Trust, of course, and it's why we are here. And now in HAS we think that probably we have to also to evaluate some software and not only medical device for patients. So Corinne Collignon will be explained more very concretely. The questions are also decision delegation to machines, human guarantee, of course, and future of work and employment. So a lot of challenges, and for us, because we work a lot for evaluation, it's every day what I do. We also think that it's not because it's new that it's better, and it's not because it's a technological innovation that it's a clinical innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adenot. I think this was a really comprehensive overview on where we are standing in the 3 countries. So what is the status quo? What are requirements if you talk about quality of AI applications from the policy side or the regulatory body side? And then also we heard about some of the initiatives related to the database that are existing, so where do we, what do we build up on? And fortunately we also have representatives who can talk from the side of this, for instance, French data hub or the medical informatics initiative. And we also have a speaker from Japan giving us an overview where are they standing in terms of databases now. With this, I would like to bridge over to the first session, the topic of quality standards for AI applications in healthcare. Professor Dr. Klaus Juffernbruch will act as the chair of this session. He holds a professorship for health and social management at the FOM University in Germany, and he acts as the president of the expert group Intelligent Networks in Healthcare at the German National Digital Summit. I would like to ask him to come to the stage together with 3 more panelists. I will introduce them. They're also stated on the screen. Dr. Kiyoyuki Chinzei, he's the Deputy Director, Health Research Institute. He's a group leader for Interface Material Research Group at the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, IST. So please feel free also to go to the stage already. You can take a seat for now, and it's going to be your turn for presentation later on. I would also like to call to the stage Ms. Corinne Collignon. She's the deputy head of the Medical Device Assessment Department. We heard about it before, at the French National Authority for Health. And I would also like to ask Ms. Julia Hagen to the stage. She's the Director, Regulatory and Politics at the Health Innovation Hub in Germany. And that Health Innovation Hub is a think tank of the German Federal Ministry of Health in Germany. There is a kind of an equivalent in Japan. We might hear about this at a later point. Please, Professor Juffernbruch, you may start.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you trust the advice of an AI system in healthcare? If you work in the field, this is the question you get asked the most when you talk to doctors, to hospital administrators, to patients, and to journalists. So you might argue we have regulators, and there are also a number of medical AI systems that have been approved. So everything is fine. Or is it? So let's take a look at what governments and regulators themselves think about this topic. It seems that it's not so easy. So this is a quote from the artificial intelligence strategy of the European Union. And they are calling for something that they call explainable artificial intelligence. Because, as you might know, when you have a deep neural network, you get a result, but do you know how the system got to the result? When you talk to a human being, that human being usually can explain the reasons for getting to a diagnosis or whatever. When you have a neural network, that is a little bit more tricky. Now, Germany also published an AI strategy, and the government wants to have a trusted artificial intelligence, meaning the decisions should be made transparent and verifiable by human beings. Now, let's take a look at the US. And by the way, this is not healthcare specific, this is cross-industry, but of course this is very relevant also for healthcare. So the United States, they defined 9 areas of focus where they want to develop new standards for artificial intelligence systems. And I highlighted a couple of them because I think those are especially relevant for healthcare. So they are calling for standards in metrics and also for performance testing and report methodology. And of course, for safety. In our case, of course, patient safety. And trustworthiness, that's kind of an umbrella term for things like accuracy, explainability, resilience, safety, reliability, objectivity, if there is such a thing as objectivity, at least in medicine, and last but not least, security. Now, let's become a little bit more healthcare specific. You know that the Food and Drug Administration, the United States regulatory body, they have a reputation of being a very progressive regulator. But even they made a couple of statements in a couple of documents that make it apparent that there needs something to be done. For example, the FDA states that their traditional paradigm of medical device regulation was not designed for adaptive artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies. And in a related document, they themselves think that they have to reimagine a regulatory approach for these devices. So even though they approve devices as of today, they are themselves unsure whether they are doing the right thing, and they want to take action because they think what we have today is not sufficient to ensure the patient safety and the quality of the advice. Now, also, the World Health Organization, they partnered with the International Telecommunications on that subject, and last year they found a focus group on artificial intelligence for health. And what they want to establish, they have a process in place where they want to collect data from all over the world potentially, store that in a database hosted at the United Nations Computing Center in New York. And they don't just collect the data. For example, you submit a medical image together with an annotation, let's say an X-ray with a diagnosis. So instead of just storing that in the database, each image will be presented to 7 of their specialists, and they agree on what is hopefully the right diagnosis. And that evaluation goes into the database. This is a way they want to ensure the highest quality of the annotations to the medical data. So furthermore, once they have that big database, hopefully, of those images and the diagnosis, they want to publish part of their data for manufacturers all over the world to train their AI systems. You might know that the National Institutes of Health published a while ago 120,000 chest X-ray images together with annotations that could be used by people all over the world. So if you want to, you can go on their website and download the data for free. So the approach here is similar, have a huge database, publish part of the data for everyone to be used, but part of the data remains secret. And those secret data sets, they want to use for evaluation of systems. So if you're a manufacturer, you can submit your system, and they do the assessment, and then you get the report back. And then you can present that to your regulator, having an independent assessment of the quality of your system. And they have several work groups. One of their work groups is on regulatory consideration, and as you can see, the FDA joined this work group, the European regulator joined this work group, also did the Chinese and the Indian regulator. So if that works in the end, the hope is that when you have a system, you have your assessment, and if you pass the assessment, then it should be easy for you to get your system in relatively short time approved all over the world. So the benefit would be for the patient and the doctors. They have an internationally assessed and benchmarked system, and for the manufacturers, they do one process and they get approval around the world where they can sell their systems. Now, let's take a look at some of the problems or some of the areas we might consider. I know that there are much more applications on AI in healthcare than just these views. For example, if you have an AI system, there is an AI system that has approval that segments the chambers of the heart in cross sections of cardiologic images. So that is relatively easy to evaluate because no diagnosis is made, no treatment recommendation is made. But the problems lie in just these areas. So let's take a closer look. For example, when you have an AI system for diagnostic purposes, the question is, how good is the system? AI can err, so can human beings. But the question is, what is the sensitivity or the specificity of the system? And that is what we need to work on. And also to make the decision-making transparent. So when you consider systems for treatment planning, usually as a human researcher, you have to declare potential conflicts of interest. Now imagine you have an AI system. And for example, an AI system for back pain. So it might be as you know, the medical science is not an exact science like physics or medicine. So when you go to your doctor with back pain, and the AI system is supposed to make a treatment recommendation, it might be of interest who provided the training data. Did the training data come from the Association of Spine Surgeons, Or did the training data come from the Association of Physical Therapists? I also know that some companies are working on what is called a digital twin. For example, digital twin of the heart. And depending on what heart condition you have, the best treatment might be medication or might be ablation, so a physical procedure. So now what happens if the manufacturer of the digital twin of the heart also provides equipment for doing ablation? So it might be of interest, does the system have a slight bias toward this or that medical procedure? And that is where we have to find solutions to prevent systems making biased recommendations. Now, just imagine you have a system in the cloud. Usually the manufacturers, they claim that they are continuously improving their system. That's a good goal. But we need to continuously monitor to make sure that they are really improving the system. So one solution might be that we develop standard application programming interfaces that allow regulators to continuously feed testing data into the system and get the results back. So, in closing, it's, at least to me, absolutely clear that AI has a huge potential to improve healthcare for all of us. But in order to fulfill this mission, we have to make sure that it's absolutely safe, reliable, transparent, and trustworthy. And I think our three countries have the power. We have the best physicians, we have the best engineers, and if we combine all these powers, then we should be able to make high-quality artificial intelligence systems. And when we get asked the question, can we trust the advice of a healthcare AI system, we can answer with a strong yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I start? Okay, I'm Chinzei, and I am from AIST, which is a governmental institute in Japan. And I myself actually do a lot about surgical robot and the kind of the medical device development. But nowadays, inevitably, we are now involved in the AI and the issues to develop AI. And today, I will mainly speak about how the approval system in Japan is facing to how to accept the AI. And the approval system, or the regulatory approval, it's about the safety and effectiveness. But ultimately, this is also how we agree to share the responsibility between medical practitioners and the medical device or software manufacturers and other people, every stakeholder. And so looking at the process, how to accept medical device or the software as medical device, including AI, would give us some hint where we are now in the pinch point and what's the gap between the medical practitioners and the medical software developers and manufacturers. And currently, to the extent of my knowledge, there are only 2 products in Japan which are in market utilizing the machine learning algorithms. One is EndBrain, but this is a support vector machine based, so which is not the deep learning. And another one is our aneurysm, which is very new, just approved in this September. And this is the deep learning based. And if you look at carefully. The first one, which is, how to do that? Okay. And it accepts only a certain type of endoscope from Olympus. And the second one, which accepts the DICOM-based image, which means every kind of the MR image which can generate certain types of image could be used. So that there are certain issues that how we can regulate the input for the AI. And the related regulation in Japan, so which is a very boring part of this presentation, it's basically in the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Device Act in Japan. And there are a lot of numbers of the software medical device related notices from the ministry. And we recently developed the guidance document for the AI, CAD. CAD is the computer-aided diagnosis, evaluation indices, and R&D guidelines. And also there is certain another guideline which is called health software guidance. And so you can divide the software as a medical device or software medical device system, software medical system into two things, which is under PMD Act and something not covered by PMD Act, which I call medical system here. And so these two documents are for the PMD Act software, and this one is for the out of the PMD Act. And so very briefly, the evaluation indices it's actually not mandatory, and this is mainly intended to read by for PMDA reviewers for the review purposes, but also it is very useful for manufacturers. And the main point of this one is how the critical point to be considered during AI child review processes. And there are two things. One is the data management, and another is the how we manage the performance change by post-market training. And this one is the R&D guideline, which is just issued this month, and I think it's now on the database. And it is also not mandatory, and this is about how we implement the evaluation indices into so that to fit into IEC 62304. And so the first thing is the data management. So as we already discussed, the quality of the data, how the data appropriately represent the patient population, and the second thing is cybersecurity. And of course, there are certain other things like the compliance, like the privacy and ethics, and the data source, which we are not sure where the data is from, how the data is managed. And this type of the data, we can say that this is SOUP, which is the term which is used in IC 62304, software of unknown provenance. And it's like the operating system or other kind of software which is already there, and we can simply use that without a serious evaluation, or the data which is from very old days, which we do not have the sufficient data or the records to support the reliability of the data. And the kind of things all are discussed in our evaluation indices and R&D guidelines. And the performance change, why the regulators care about this is this. So the conventional software, when you put it in marketing, the performance doesn't change by time. And if you have some change or update, you simply do this, requires a revision of the approval. Good. But in case of AI in particular, deep learning, that kind of continuously training things, you are facing how you monitor the performance is adequate for your purpose. So one solution currently, which is only solution which now we could do, is so doing this kind of stepwise approach, where when you step up, you have certain monitoring and about the quality of the software and so on. But still, it's very time-consuming, and the FDA and the Japanese minister both face this problem, how we settle these issues. And the second part I will speak, it's not just a regulatory concern, it's not just a matter. So, for example, CAD currently we are doing is not only the AI-based software as medical device. And so you can classify softwares in this way, which is the does it replace the existing medical practice? And the second question is, does it replace existing non-AI software or medical device? And in case of CAD, the both are yes. So you have certain medical software which you can compare. But in certain cases, which we are now thinking about, has both replacing existing medical practice? No. So it's simply medical practitioners don't do that kind of the practice. And also there is nothing to do with the existing medical device software. And that kind has a lot of difficulty to deal with. And the thing which we can think about is responsibility, accountability, and also the huge thing is that do-it-yourself type AI is now here and there. And but in Japan, responsibility and accountability is already issued as the notice from the Ministry of MHLW, which said that in very short, the MD medical doctor shall hold the final accountability to the decision making of the medical practice. It's saying so. But it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, everything is taken by medical doctor, every responsibility is medical doctor. It's absolutely no. So medical doctor accountability assumes a consensus on how you share the responsibility between medical doctor and manufacturers. So without this consensus, so they cannot take the accountability. And the do-it-yourself type medical device or medical software, PMD Act says it's lawful as far as you use it at your own institution. But it's also the consensus that nowadays you need to clarify the efficacy and safety through the clinical trial. And now we in Japan also have the regulation about the clinical experiment and so on. So it's now getting more and more stringent in terms of the medical device development and the validation. And the final thing is the ownership of data or the model made from data. So, for example, my field, the surgical robot, which generate a lot of log data of the human surgeon hand motion, it's the treasure to develop something new. But it is unclear who owns the data ownership for this kind of data. There are a lot of data not directly related to the patient, but a lot of data from medical practitioners. And still we are now unclear how and who owns the data and how we collect the kind of data and so on. So the final thing is this one. So the responsibility and accountability needs social agreement, and quality assurance. We need technology for continuous quality assurance and monitoring. And the black box thing, I am not much anticipative about this thing, but the explainable AI should solve this problem. And the do-it-yourself type AI, regardless how the government regulates, they do. So we need more tools to support them. And the data control, the privacy and ownership, we need some national and regional agreement to interchange the data among the nations and regions. So thank you very much.
Ms. Collignon, it's going to be your turn. I'm afraid it's a bit uncomfortable for you to turn around your head for that, but okay, I think it works for now.
Good morning to all of you. I'm from the Medical Devices Assessment Department in the French National Agency for Health. So my presentation will be focused on medical devices, of course. And after a few words on the context of our assessment, I will explain to you the tools that we are developing for connecting medical devices, especially for those embedded artificial intelligence. So as Isabelle explains to you just before, the medical devices that we assess have the CE mark, and it is a prerequisite when the company sends us a dossier. The purpose of our assessment is the reimbursement of a medical device by the National Health Insurance, and it is a two-step process. Our department do the assessment phase of the process, then present its analysis to the committee, the VHS committee, whose president is Isabelle Adenot, and then the committee produces guidance. And it's important to keep in mind that the point of view of the committee is the patient benefit, in fact, and it takes into account the clinical data. So manufacturers have to send us clinical data issues from clinical trials, and of course, the members of the committee have to take into account the context of the technology to adapt their requirements. Here is the general pathway of a dossier from the CE mark to reimbursement in France, and the EHS assessment, as you can see, is just in the middle between the CE mark and the ministry decision, and it's in France the ministry who is the one to decide to reimburse or not. EHS give only opinions on the interest, the benefit for the patient on the technology. The medical field is a really dynamic industry with really promising innovation, but as Isabelle just said to you, new is not necessarily synonymous of improvement. So to help the ministry to decide if a medical device should be paid for by the taxpayer, we systematically answer several questions. What is the added value for the patient, and what the size of the population for which reimbursement is justified, and what's the impact of the technology on the public health. And the criteria are the same whatever the medical device is, and we have a large range of technologies to assess. And as I already said, the guidance are totally funded on the clinical results of the technology. So for medical devices embedded artificial intelligence, we do not have to evaluate the medical functioning on the model. But the question is, do we need adaptive method to assess them nevertheless? Here is a few examples of device that we could have to assess. I put three examples. The one is for medical telemonitoring purposes. We can assess also medical devices used by patients for self-treatment of self-monitoring. Here is an example of a nerve stimulator to treat pain, and it can be connected to a smartphone app to give a patient the opportunity to manage its treatment himself. And the medical device we can assess could also be those producing or receiving information in the view of treatment optimization. And the best example we have nowadays is the loop for diabetics patients that connect different medical devices in order to automatically adapt the treatment of the patient. So digital medical devices are already common in the field of medical devices that we have to assess, but artificial intelligence embedded in them is to date much more limited, and in fact until 2019 all the algorithms in the medical devices we have assessed were in fact deterministic algorithms. And the first dossier we received with AI has arrived this year, and it is under assessment yet. So for our department, artificial intelligence is a really recent topic we have to deal with, but we can't ignore the huge potential of such technologies as in other areas, even if in most of health areas such as research, prevention, diagnosis, and personalization of care of the device are not in the scope of our evaluation until now. So for several months we were wondering if we need to adapt our methods to assess digital technologies, and we started our thinking in 2018 by the clinical method part of the question. And we published guidance on our conclusion on the clinical specific requirements in 2019 in January, in fact. And to answer, the answer was that there was no specific features of for clinical evaluation for connected medical devices. Nevertheless, as there could be a shock of cultures between the clinical expertise and the newcomers digital companies, we published a specific guide to help companies to build their clinical development plan. We also launched this year a specific work dedicated to the topic of the organizational impact. And we think it's really important because for connected medical devices, some of them can have a huge organizational impact, and that can be a really positive added value to improve the healthcare access. So no specificities in the feature of clinical trials, but there are technical specificities for sure, and the first of them is the rapidity of the evolution of such technologies, and it is necessary for a company to take it into account in its development plan. The second specificity is the connection and the interaction that the device could have with other devices or other objects that are not medical devices. It's a specificity because it have an impact on the the things we have to assess. Is it, do we have to assess the medical device or the device in its entire environment, in fact? And of course, the algorithm part of them with the substream of AI explicability, if it's feasible, but we don't know at this stage if it is. The first part of our questioning on the method has made us realize that it is really difficult to know what people put under those two letters, artificial intelligence. And not only that, but in the dossier we received the promising AI announced by the company, in fact, were most of the time deterministic algorithm. So we can find a huge gap between marketing announcement and reality, in fact. One thing has appeared to be universally shared on AI. The key points to understand how the machine works is the learning capacity, its learning capacity, and the way of learning. And that's the reason why, from our experience on the first dossier we received with AI, we built a grid that sums up a set of information that appears to be crucial to understand the key points of an algorithm embedded AI, in fact. Our objective is to help companies to describe the algorithm, of course, by this way to limit the duration of our assessment, and at the end to make clinical innovation available for patients more quicker. It should be a framework for manufacturers, for companies, and also for the committee members to understand what they have to assess very quickly, according to the information sent by the company. And we think it could be also useful for patients and caregivers to understand what they are using, or to choose the technology they use. Our grid is built on 36 items structured in 8 key areas. The purpose of use, the learning, the input data for initial learning or relearning, the input data involved in the decision, the performance, the validation step, the resilience of the system, and the last point is on explicability, explainability, interpretability of the system. It is, as we think a collective approach is necessary. We launched 10 days ago, public consultation. Our aim is really to build a useful tool that will help everyone who wants to understand the key point of a learning machine. And the consultation is open until the 15th of January. And our objective is to publish it on our website in April. So it is a tool that we need to assess technology that we have to assess, and perhaps it could be useful for overall stakeholders. As you see, the vocabulary is a point very important in that field, and we are wondering if the criteria we have listed are enough explicit, if they are appropriate, and if they are essential, useful, or only informative for such technologies. And of course, if we have forgotten some criteria, we hope that the public consultation will help us to repair it. So you have a link to contribute if you want. The English version has been added on our website last Friday, so you can contribute. And next step for us is after the question of how to assess, what to assess, because because for products that do not have any medical purpose, there is no assessment in France, but we produce guidelines for quality standards to give a framework to app developers and users too. But for the medical devices field, we only assess, as Isabelle explained to you, those used by patients, because the assessment pathway is totally linked to the way a product can be reimbursed in France. So that's the reason why we only assess medical devices used by patients, in fact. And looking at the potential consequences of several types of medical devices used by professionals, we are wondering if the French framework should change. In other words, do we have to enlarge the scope of the device we assess? But it's impossible to assess every software for reimbursement, and probably we have to graduate the requirements according to the intended use of technology and the level of risk for patients. So we are currently asking for a matrix to put in adequation the different kind of digital technology and the level of evaluation according to the purpose of the use and the risk. So that's the next step of our reflection on AI, in fact. If you have any question.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hagen will now present from the German perspective.
Thank you very much, and a warm welcome from my side. I think I have many points that actually complementary or repeating some of the things that have been said, so I'll try to keep it concise. I'll briefly explain you where I'm coming from with the Health Innovation Hub, because that's something that you're probably not familiar with. And then I'll talk about perspectives for assessing digital health technologies based on artificial intelligence and perspectives on questions related to reimbursement. So very quickly, what is the Health Innovation Hub? We are a think tank for the German Federal Ministry of Health. Our mission is to identify innovative solutions, to consult the ministry in questions related to digital health in Germany in general, so not only artificial intelligence. We are building sort of a bridge between the scene that is developing digital solutions and the ministry, and try in that way to close this gap. We have a team of 14 team members now with a broad expertise ranging from data-related aspects, both legal and technical, to experience in care as physicians, or also in hospitals and other aspects of care. And of course, in the field of interoperability, which is a key issue. This is a quick overview of my colleagues, and at the bottom on the right, yes, your right as well, you see our chairman, Professor Dr. Debatin. But I'm not here to talk about the Health Innovation Hub. I'm here to talk about assessing new products and assessing digital health products based on artificial intelligence. So if you compare how we assess new drugs and how we assess AI, we can see some very clear differences. So for drugs, it's pretty clear that retrospective data are not sufficient from our point of view. We know that in silico trials, where we completely simulate the way molecules interact and might have an effect on people's healthcare, is just at the beginning. So maybe one day we will have sufficient data and be able to simulate all the complexity that there is in human metabolism, etc. But today we are just not there yet. If, however, we look at AI-based products, we know that with retrospective data and with test data, that of course has to be different from the training data, we can actually have a pretty high level of confidence on how accurate these programs are working. However, we know that also the test data has quite a few limitations that were already mentioned earlier. We know that technology changes, so that has an impact on how test data can be used. We know that also the population that was the basis for that test data is possibly changing. So there might still be a need for what we call the gold standard in drug assessment, which are the randomized controlled trials or clinical trials in general. So while there's a big chance for test data and their usage for the assessment of artificial intelligence, there is also a need for that test data to be very, very representative and to have a high quality. But still, we know that there might be need for a continuous recertification and, of course, prospective clinical trials eventually. As a think tank for the Federal Health Ministry, we are not only concerned with assessing the products, but we are concerned with how these products actually enter into daily care. How can these solutions contribute to better healthcare delivery? So reimbursement is also an issue, and how can they be integrated into healthcare delivery? So let's look again at drugs. A new drug is assessed on a sort of one-shot, one-time basis. You look at the drug, you look at the clinical trials, it shows that there's a medical benefit for this specific condition, and it will be reimbursed by the German statutory health insurance, given that there is a medical benefit. Now we have introduced something that is new in Germany that has been recently passed in summer by a new law that actually obliges pharmaceutical companies to continuously collect data even after a drug has been introduced into the statutory healthcare system in Germany. So there's sort of a paradigm change. So we are for, and that's something very new, we will be able to actually understand how the drug is being used and how its effect in the real world might be different from its effect in a clinical trial environment. If we look at then at AI-based products, we are very sure that there is a need for continuous reassessment because, as the previous speakers have illustrated very well, those technologies are changing. I mean, they need to change continuously because that's sort of what is in their nature. So we definitely need to focus on a reassessment and make sure that we are able to continuously monitor the evolvement of technology and make sure that this curve is actually going up and not going down eventually. If we collect all this data to monitor how well this technology works, we can also very well think about using this data for other purposes. And something that might be a chance that comes along with this obligation to collect continuously data is a chance to actually introduce more pay-for-performance initiatives and actually change a bit the paradigm of how we finance healthcare. That might be a big chance. Also, if then with pay-for-performance you're paid for actually very good diagnosis, very good treatments, there's also a continuous incentive to innovate and to make sure that products steadily improve instead of remaining constant. And of course, from a sort of public perspective, having all that data from continuously monitoring how products operate in real world, we also increase transparency and make it actually comparable how patients are treated in different regions of our country and in different healthcare institutions. Then there's another aspect to reimbursement. That is, how does the new product, be it a drug or be it a software that is based on artificial intelligence, how is it integrated into standard care, into our system? So if there's a new drug that has shown in studies that it has sufficient medical benefit, it will eventually find its way into the system because medical associations are aware of it, they inform their members, and it will find its way into treatment. However, if we look at artificial intelligence, there are not really a lot of incentives to use, for example, clinical decision support mechanisms and to integrate them into healthcare provision. So we need also new incentives for healthcare professionals to actually integrate these solutions and to make sure that the improvements that come along with it actually benefit patients. I'll run over a quick example that has been introduced in the German healthcare system recently. The law has been passed in November, and it's introducing a new path for reimbursement for digital health applications. So the precondition is that they are medical device certified after the medical device regulation, low risk classes. They need to rely mostly on digital technologies, and they are intended to be used by patients or maybe together with their physicians. So mostly targeted to patients, something that was mentioned earlier as well. So there's a new procedure for how they can be integrated into healthcare, and something that was sort of a paradigm change is that if these solutions have shown that they comply with fundamental criteria about security, quality, data privacy, and cybersecurity, they might enter conditionally the statutory healthcare system and then show in real world conditions if they actually have a medical benefit. And not only a medical benefit, but if they maybe show other benefits that are related to patient pathways and that provide structural improvements. So this is another paradigm shift. It's not only looking at how these products work in real-world care delivery, but also how they not only improve medical benefit, but maybe they improve the way care is delivered. So this is something that we are still working on. There will be a regulation by the Federal Health Ministry published soon, beginning of next year. And this is a new approach to how we deal with digital technologies, not only artificial intelligence, but with digital technologies in healthcare that also change rapidly. Quickly, because I see I'm running out of time. We know that, of course, this approach is very limited because we are only looking at the bottom, at the low-risk class products. So, and we know that there's a lot of potential to improvement for healthcare in these other risk classes, of course, and also when it comes to products that can be used by healthcare professionals, something that is a question that we actually share, I think. And so something we are looking at closely right now, together with the Joint Federal Committee that is taking decisions on reimbursement in Germany, with the German Diabetes Association, patient organizations, the Health Ministry, and us, is how can we use the ongoing discussion about closed-loop systems for diabetes patients as sort of an example case on how we can use continuous data collection and monitoring to actually introduce more complex medical devices or healthcare products into the market, and how we can set up a governance that actually allows this to be efficient and not only costly, but beneficial to the different stakeholders that are taking part in this discussion. I think I'll skip the FDA part because we've already talked about it. And I'll just make a very last point. That is that this whole discussion, from our perspective, needs to be seen in the context of how we deal with health data, an issue that has already been addressed. But the new president of the European Commission and the Federal Minister for Health, they together made a pledge recently, a couple of weeks ago, that we actually need to rethink our European approach to health data within the context of the American approach, where market dominates and actually economic interests are well above possibly individuals' interest and their need for self-determination and how the data is used. And on the other hand, we see a state-focused approach in China where the individual, again, is not really at the center of attention. So that's something we are thinking about in Germany and in Europe, I think, as a whole, and that is definitely a topic for the upcoming German presidency of the European Union Council. And I think these are my sort of concluding points and things that I would like to raise in our discussion. We agree that there's a chance to improve care delivery. I think that's not something we need to discuss. But the question is, how can we balance patient safety and innovation by adapting the initial assessment and making it not that complicated that innovation cannot enter the system, but how can we at the same time guarantee safety by implementing continuous safeguards for digital technologies? And I think there's a high chance and there's a possibility for collaboration, for example, on those high-quality data sets that we need to assess artificial intelligence-based digital health products. And there's, from our perspective, a chance to actually introduce new mechanisms like pay for performance and much more transparency on care delivery into the healthcare system. And with that, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Professor Juffernbruch will now chair the discussion. We have about 20 minutes.
So thank you very much for all your excellent presentations. If I may, I would like to start with asking each of you a couple of questions regarding your presentations. The first presentation, you mentioned that you might, you mentioned that you might want to move to a stepwise assessment. So does that mean that the manufacturer for each maybe small upgrade has to do the whole process from beginning to end? Because that is a question I hear quite often from manufacturers, because it's costly. It costs a lot of time and money in order to go through that process. So some of the companies tell me, if we have to go to the whole process from beginning to end, we could never afford that. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yes, in Japan, the improvement could be assessed apart from the unchanged part. So that it means that if you have certain unchanged part, it is not necessary to do from the scratch. And also, in Japan, in just November, end of November, the PMB Act has been modified so that to simplify the assessment, review process to accept this kind of the continuous monitoring. And it is not yet the complete continuous monitoring system, but they change the law so that to accept the change, the re-evaluation as minimum as possible. I don't know how they actually implement the necessary data set and so on, but I am not very interested in watching what we are going to have in a couple of years.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned a shared responsibility between doctors and manufacturers. Are there any criteria in place? Who is responsible for what? Because what can happen is if you give responsibility to two people at the same time, and if something goes wrong, they point at each other. So any ideas on how to prevent that happening?
For example, with implant and so on, which once you put into patient, you don't have any direct control of the implant. In that case, if you are manufacturer, the manufacturer needs to be responsible about providing information, what will happen, what can be the adverse event may happen, and so on. And on the other hand, for example, the Da Vinci and the kind of surgical, it ultimately a surgical tool. So how actually the surgeons do the surgery is up to surgeon. Mm-hmm. So that the responsibility of the manufacturer is to guarantee if the robot moves as the motion input, and the robot follows the surgeon's motion and so on. So in that way, it's much limited in responsibility. And I think there is no written document how we actually share the responsibility between the medical practitioner and the manufacturer. But the consensus, if there is no consensus or misunderstanding about the sharing the responsibility, that will lead to a serious issue if something happens. And I am sure that every regulatory body, FDA or EU or whatever, they all care about this kind of the responsibility sharing. And maybe in case of EU, it depends totally self-establishment between the manufacturer and the medical practitioner. And in case of Japan, the regulatory body do some arbitration between the medical society and the manufacturers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So, Corinne, Collignon, some questions for you. On one of your slides, you gave us many different definitions of AI. So, does that cause confusion, or do these different definitions have an impact on your regulatory thoughts? Does it make it easier, or does it make it even more complex? Because according to different definitions, it might be not as easy to determine, is this an artificial intelligence system or is this something else?
In fact, it doesn't matter for us. It's just to explain that at the beginning of our reflection, what is AI was unclear. So that was the start of our reflection to focus our work on what has an interest, and finally we focused our grid on learning algorithm. Each time an algorithm has a capability to learn whatever, it can be continuously or by step. We take it into account in our grid. It is not necessary to have a continuous improvement. Finally, to use our grid if there is a step approach for learning. The grid seems to be appropriate, but we will see in a few weeks if it is, according to the answers that we will receive.
Okay.
Is it clear? Is it the topic of your question?
Yeah, well, related to that, you were referring to your public consultation process, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned things like performance and resilience. So, did I understand that correctly, that in your public consultation process, you want to gather and collect ideas from many different peoples on how to measure performance and resilience, or what exactly would be the outcome of this public consultation process?
Not exactly. I will read a list of the information that we identified that are essential when a company wants to submit a dossier to send us a dossier. Mm-hmm. So it's more a list of information that we need to have from the company when when the company will send us a dossier. Mm-hmm. We don't have any idea, and there is no standards answered attended, and it's not a score at that stage. The criteria has really the answers on the criteria are really open. Our public consultation is on the several items that we listed, but the answers on the items is at the end of the company who will send the dossier. I think it will totally depend on the technology that the company will submit to us.
Okay, because the answer doesn't always seem to be obvious. One of the criteria that you mentioned is that the manufacturer should describe the algorithm, right? Which might be difficult in case of a deep neural network.
In fact, the type of algorithm we don't need, and we can't go into the black box. But the type of algorithm, the way it has been built and tested, from the data that have been used for the learning stage and the testing stage, seems to be important information to understand how it functions and the general process of the company to guarantee the result and the stability of the result, the non-bias, the absence of bias in the solution. So we listed several items to guarantee and to secure the result of algorithm that will be reimbursed in France. And it is totally independent. It is only a technical tool to read the algorithm part of the medical devices, and it seems to be complementary to the clinical data that will be in the dossier the company will send to us.
Okay, but you rely completely on the data that the manufacturer sends to you, so you do not intend to do testing by yourself.
Yes, right? For any dossier we receive, the company has to give us the published clinical result on the device. Mm-hmm. We can, of course, check if there are other clinical data available in clinical databases or publications. And for the description of the technology, the company has to describe it. And the tool we build, the grid we build, is a complementary part of the dossier he will send to us that will allow him to describe precisely the different steps of the development of the algorithm part of its medical devices.
I see.
Does it make sense for you?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Julia, some questions for you. You mentioned that you are aiming for increased transparency about the performance. So, do you already have any ideas on how you want to achieve this increased transparency?
Well, I think if we have the possibility to, once a solution is on the market and we do have established a continuous monitoring, I don't know, registries, other approaches if possible, we can have much more transparency on how different solutions perform, so we can actually introduce pay for performance. And if there's, I don't know, an AI-based therapy approach for, I don't know, back pain, that it has an algorithm that understands very well what the patient needs to do, and some are very good at telling the patient how to do the exercises, just a random example, then those who perform better and have achieved better patient outcomes could be paid more than others. And it would allow us to also understand from a more global perspective the quality of care that is delivered throughout Germany. But of course, that's something that is not very easy. We see that other countries, the Nordics especially, have a lot of experience with collecting that kind of data and have much more transparency about the patient journeys for the different conditions, especially chronic diseases, be it diabetes or Parkinson's or others. And they can understand how these patients are treated, how quality evolves, and that's something that I think we need as well.
You also mentioned incentives for clinical integration. Does that mean that, at least, I mean, I have to admit, we do not have a very good reputation when it comes to adopting digital technologies into the healthcare sector. So sometimes some people even think that we are lagging a little bit, like 10 years behind some more progressive countries. So what is surprising is that if you look at consumers, they pay a lot of money for smartwatches, you know, hundreds of euros or dollars to buy these devices because they are easy to use and they seem to provide a benefit. And that benefit is big enough for people to buy those devices. But for some strange reason, when it comes to healthcare, everyone seems to be expecting that the health insurance company or the government pays for these things. And I'm wondering, you know, what is wrong with our healthcare solutions? I know hospitals, they have the problem that they have not enough doctors. So they need ways to make doctors more productive. And the question is, I mean, AI have promises like, for example, cutting down the time for a cardiologist in order to assess the heart from 30 minutes to 15 seconds with the use of AI. And for example, a radiologist, he sees every day hundreds of chest x-rays, which is boring for him because he wants to do the more interesting stuff and he wants to treat more patients. So the question is that incentive not enough? So do we need on top of that some financial incentives in order to bring that into the clinic?
Well, I think apparently the incentives aren't insufficient right now because, well, doctors, physicians in hospitals or in private practices, they might save time, but I don't think, maybe with some exceptions, you made a great example, I don't think that time saving is sufficient because what we see is that, for example, professional sort of industrialized radiological practices in some countries in Europe, they use that kind of software because they can drastically increase efficiency. But the average hospital, it doesn't seem to be sufficient, the increase in time saving. But there's another aspect to it, there's also an increase in quality. And I mean, right now they get their money for what they're doing anyways. And we don't have put in place any quality standards with regard to that. So maybe at some point there will be either guidelines by medical associations or by the Joint Federal Committee that actually determine that for some cases you actually sort of need a check by a clinical decision support system, maybe, and then this becomes a condition for the reimbursement of that treatment before you have a surgical intervention, for example. And then I think there's some triggers that can actually help to increase the adoption and increase quality.
You want to? Yeah.
As in Japan, Mr. Esaki already explained, our system is not yet fitted to the data-driven and the prevention-based medical system, in particular about the financial reimbursement system and so on. But the other thing is that we are also facing the pressure from the aging society, including the medical profession. And now we are facing the decreasing number of the necessary medical staff and so on. And that pressure would justify the improvement of just real-time efficiency and so on. And that's what I am now looking, but still I think we need to change a lot to how to give the incentive to, for example, giving the patient to have the data into the public. And for example, I wonder how the data donation system is the incentive for the patient in, let's say, in Germany.
Yeah, actually, thank you for that, that you mentioned the data, because being conscious of our time, that would be my last question for all of you. As we saw in all these presentations, data are a key part in order to create successful systems and testing them. And with coming from countries and regions where we are highly conscious of the importance of data protection and data security, what I hear from manufacturers when I ask startups, where do you get your data from? They sometimes tell me from somewhere on the internet. So if you want high quality data, so what do you think? Things like the GDPR, is that sufficient? Will that enable us to get the necessary data in order to train the systems or to do the assessment? Or do we need new regulations that make it easier for us as a government organization or as manufacturers to get the high quality data that we actually need to produce and test high quality systems? That would be a question to all of you. Yeah, whoever wants to start.
For me, the privacy is not exactly the same as the data availability and the data trueness. So the quality of the data is not directly related to the privacy, but the privacy system would have to ensure the data quality, trueness, and availability, and that's my expectation.
Well, since we do have a very specific interpretation of the GDPR in Germany, that's probably not very representative, because how we are interpreting and not using some of the possibilities that the GDPR is representing, especially with regard to research, we are not a great example for Europe. There's especially the issue that consent to data processing needs to be linked to a very specific purpose, and we need probably a more broad consent. But I'm pretty sure that Professor Ganslandt is going to talk about that later. And we maybe need to rethink something that might be sort of a philosophical discussion, but isn't it, because consent always needs to be free, and you need to know on what kind of use you are consenting. The question is, if you are in a hospital undergoing treatment and you're treating, the doctor who's treating you asks you, do you want also to provide your data for research on our project on your disease? Is this really the free and very yes, the free and very well-informed decision we are asking for, or our data privacy authorities are asking for. Because you're already in sort of some situation where you are depending on the person that's asking you this question. This is right now sort of the standard. Maybe we should ask people before they actually get sick, if they want to actually contribute to research with their data, maybe that is a case where they can make more informed and less under pressure decisions. But that would mean that we rethink the way we think about consent, which is going to be very difficult, especially in Germany.
And for France, I want to do in a few words a summary of several works and frameworks that are going to put in place and developing currently. But I would just insist on the quality of the data used for learning and for testing. That is a really important key point for the results and the confidence of such technologies, for sure.
So you think that in France you would get enough patient data to provide training or testing data?
I don't know if national data would be sufficient, but there are frameworks to optimize the chance to get collective data to build the most important data and reliable database to get it to put it useful for the collectivity, for sure.
The test data, I think, very different. The test data, you need to have the qualified annotation, and the data also need to be qualified. And so even though you don't need to have, let's say, 100,000 or million of the test data, but producing test data and maintaining test data is very expensive. So I don't know if we could justify the cost of doing that within the current system.
So our time's up. Thank you very much to all the panelists. This was the first session where we discussed some of the idea, and in the next session, which is especially about the data, I think we will dive further into that topic. So far, thank you very much for being here, and see you after the break.
Okay, I think it's already time to proceed. So you finished your lunch. We're going to turn the air conditioner a little bit lower because you might feel heat after eating, recharging. Welcome back to the second part of the forum. Welcome back after probably most of you joined the working groups. I hope you had engaging discussion to come in also yourself. They're going to be a brief summary of all the working groups. So there were 3 working groups so far, another 3 to follow. They're going to be a really short summary of all the working groups from 5 o'clock today, so you get an impression at least of what was going on in the other groups. With this, I would like to start into the second session. And the chair for the session is Dr. Kazuhiro Sakurada. He's a Deputy Program Director at the Riken Medical Science Innovation Hub. It's the second time for him to support us, as well as for Professor Juffernbruch. Yes, you took the stage already, and I would like to call 3 more panelists to the stage. Professor Dr. Hideo Yasunaga, Department of Clinical Epidemiology and Health Economics at the Graduate School of Medicine, University of Tokyo. Professor Dr. Thomas Ganslandt, Executive Director at the Heinrich Lanz Center for Digital Health, Medical Faculty Mannheim, the Ruprecht-Karls University in Heidelberg. He's also speaker of the Interoperability Working Group of the German Medical Informatics Initiative. You've heard of that keyword before. And then we have Mr. Hugo Crochet, AI and Big Data Project Manager at the Center Lyon-Perrin. Okay, so thanks to all of you for joining this forum, and Dr. Sakurada will give a brief introduction first.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really my pleasure to be here today and work as a chair for the session 2. Now, we have several deep learning tools and also multiple machine learning tools. But even we have lots of these tools, if we don't have appropriate data, it doesn't make sense. So data and AI is quite important for making the new social values. But especially we need a real world data, medical data. It's not experimental data. So from that point of view, we need a very specific system to protect the personal information and lots of other issues. So first, today we would like to learn from what each country is now doing to integrate medical data, starting from Germany, then France and Japan, and we would like to learn how each country is really manage the data integration. Okay, then after that I will make kind of summary and discussion point that can make some difference between this morning session. Okay, then Ganslandt, please, for your presentation.
Thank you for the introduction. I'd like to report about the challenges that we face, but also an existing, to switch this on, a currently ongoing project that we have in Germany that addresses these challenges in a collaborative fashion in order to achieve interoperable, secure medical data sharing. And I think we all agree in this room that the ultimate goal is the actual application of artificial intelligence in healthcare. But I'd like to step back now and take a look at what requirements actually need to be fulfilled on the way to achieve this goal. And of course, we all know that in order to apply these AI methods, we need to first train these machine learning models. And in order to train them, we need structured clinical data sets. And I'm not talking about small data sets, but rather they need to be large data sets that contain many variables, but also data sets that are available for many patients and that are available over longer periods of time, depending, of course, on the area of application. And that, of course, also need to have a certain quality. And where can we get this data? Certainly one source to achieve access to this data would be routine clinical systems, either from inpatient care at hospitals, but potentially also from the ambulatory sector, but in an increasing way also from the patients themselves, even from healthy people who are not actually patients, because we need also the negative controls in order to train our algorithms. But availability of data is one thing. The other question, of course, is are we actually allowed to use the data? And so patient consent comes in. This is something where in some situations legal regulations allow us to do certain analyses of data in an anonymized fashion because of certain research exemptions, also in the European General Data Protection Regulation. But if we want to go further, if we want to involve the patient, if we want to contact the patient, we certainly need to have their consent. And this is something which is quite hard to establish in a way that is compatible with these long-term research perspectives that we're looking at. And then once the patient have given actually consent to use their data, how do we make sure that the actual implementation of research is carried out in accordance to these consents being given by the patients, but also respecting the rights of ownership that other parties have regarding the data, like the clinical units where the data was acquired. Again, I think this is a very important success factor to also look at the interests of these additional parties involved. And so several challenges come up. And like Mrs. Adenot mentioned, there's a huge heterogeneity in the availability of data and the structure of the data. And one important challenge is how can we actually achieve harmonized data structures regarding how the data is made up, how it is semantically annotated. And this becomes especially hard if we are looking at an international scale, and it's even difficult inside of one hospital. And I think I'll be able to show how this was addressed in Germany. Then the next aspect between the consent and governance, how can we actually define a consistent but also broad consent that patients are willing to actually sign, but which is also ethically acceptable and also from a legal perspective something that we can actually implement. And this becomes especially hard in a situation where you have a federated system like in Germany, where we have lots of different states and each state has their own data protection officer, we have lots of ethics committees, and this is actually a hard challenge to define this in a way that can actually be implemented. And on the other side, we have these governance policies that also need to be harmonized. It's like if you want to do a project across all of German university hospitals, more than 35 hospitals, it would be a nightmare to have to make contracts with each and every one of them because they would never be the same. So we need to have some consistency there as well. And then, presentation seems to be stuck. Okay. Next point, if we have these structured clinical data sets, how can we then actually objectively measure and optimize data quality? It's like Dr. Sakurada just mentioned, it's real-world data. It's not data that was generated in the course of a clinical trial, which has very high quality standards and very large investment is made to make sure that the data is top-notch quality and controlled multiple times, but rather this is just real-world data that comes from routine treatment purposes. It may contain all sorts of biases or omissions, which may not mean that the data is wrong, it's just being collected for a different purpose. And then, of course, finally, if you want to train and implement these machine learning models, we need secure infrastructures that make sure that we can actually access the data in a way that maintains the privacy and the security of the data. And, of course, additional aspects come in when you actually apply it, like how can you actually also support the safety of the patients that are being treated or diagnosed with such an algorithm. And Professor von Messling already mentioned the German Medical Informatics Initiative, and I think that is one example that we can look at among many others that are currently occurring worldwide in Europe, but also in other countries and regions where these challenges are being addressed in a consistent manner. And the starting point of the Medical Informatics Initiative was the observation that already lots of data is being documented in a structured fashion in German university hospitals. I once measured at Erlangen University Hospital that we were generating about 350,000 data points every day, and that's not even including the physiological measurements that are being taken in the intensive care units and anesthesiology, and also the imaging is not part of that, so it's really even bigger. But lots of that data really doesn't get used. It stays in these disparate silos. It's not harmonized. There are no access pathways. And so the first goal of the Medical Informatics Initiative is to foster the reuse of clinical data through the establishment of so-called data integration centers at each of the German university hospitals to harmonize the data and to make it available in a standardized fashion using standardized governance policies, standardized consent, etc. So it's building infrastructure in a way, in a sustainable way. But it's not just building infrastructure, but again, we also have to prove the worth of these infrastructures that we are building by demonstrating the utility in clinical use cases that are executed even while the funding is still running. So it's not some medical informatics people building up some infrastructure that maybe nobody's ever going to use, but we're actually showing that it's worth its while and its investment while we are building it up. And we're interacting very closely with clinical users and scientific users while we are doing it. And then the third pillar of this effort is actually something which is quite important for the success. It's also to strengthen medical informatics as a discipline, because in the past decade, there wasn't really many medical informatics professorships in Germany available, and so we have a very big lack of qualified personnel. Nobody was training them. And so we really have to invest into training students and also professionals as a secondary career to become medical data scientists and medical informatics people. And this is very generously funded, as was already mentioned, to the tune of 160 million euros for a period of 4 years right now by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. But it's already part of a long-term strategy in the sense that an additional funding period of 4 years has been indicated. That is probably going to involve not just the university hospitals, but also the larger non-academic hospitals as well, in order to roll out this infrastructure also to other areas of care. And currently we have achieved actually a nationwide coverage in the Medical Informatics Initiative. It's all of the German university hospitals are participating in it. And what's important to note is that it was a competitive proposal, this funding. So different consortia applied for the funding. 4 of them actually got funded, which are listed here, the DI Future, HIMATE, Miracom, and Smith consortia. And the important aspect here is that all of these competing consortia are now collaborating very productively through a certain organizational structure, which I'm going to describe next. And here again, the challenges which I mentioned in my first slide. And the good thing in the Medical Informatics Initiative is that we've got a collaborative governance structure, which takes care that the consortia are working together productively, and they contain several working groups, 3 of which I've listed here because they actually actively address these challenges which I've mentioned. It's like, for instance, the consent working group works intensively not just on their own, but in close collaboration with the other working groups, but also with federal and national governance bodies to establish a modular consent template in order to achieve patient consent in the long term. Then the data sharing working group works on harmonized policies and contracts in order to achieve these governance aspects. And it's also designing harmonized data sharing processes, which are very explicitly modeled so they can be implemented in an electronic fashion. And the interoperability working group, which I'm co-chairing, is addressing the technical aspects of these various challenges. For instance, regarding the setup of a modular core data set for the Medical Informatics Initiative, which I'm going to present in a little bit more detail on the next slide. It's also providing digital implementation of the broad consent. It's providing ways to annotate the quality and provenance of data, like how was it generated, how was it transformed, and for which purposes can it actually be used. And then also it is assisting or coordinating the establishment of federated analysis platforms, because one of the important concepts in the Medical Informatics Initiative is that data stays where it is. It's not pooled in some large location, it stays at the university hospitals, and analysis is brought to the data in a federated fashion. And in our point of view, this makes it easier to implement it from a data protection perspective, because we do not really have to give detailed patient-related data to outsiders. Okay, let's first look at the modular core data set, which is one of the most important achievements of the interoperability working group. And it serves as a way that the consortia, which all of them have different internal architectures and different common data models which they are implementing, to find a convergent model between them so they can actually exchange data and make sure that a minimum requirement regarding the makeup of these data structures and the terminologies are kept consistent across all of the participants. And this core data set, it's divided into a set of basic modules which are mandatory, so every consortium and every site in the Medical Informatics Initiative has to provide these basic data items. And as you can see, these are data items which are typically available in university hospitals, like diagnosis, procedures, demographics, case data. That is basically all billing data. It's pretty much similar probably to what is in the French SNDS system as well. But we have added also lab findings and medications to it, because these are again very large and also well-structured data sources that should be available for the lab findings in all of the German university hospitals, and for the medication at least in those hospitals which do support a computerized physician order entry, which unfortunately is not yet very disseminated in Germany so far. And then the second part is the extension modules, which are not mandatory. They can be implemented by sites if it's relevant to their use cases. And if the data is actually available, they contain data like oncology reports, pathology findings, also genetic tests or biosignals from intensive care units. Okay, and the important thing here is that we are not trying to reinvent the wheel. We are trying to reuse existing international standards, and the most important structure that we found regarding its dissemination and its future development was HL7 FHIR, the Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. It's a relatively new standard, but which is gaining a lot of traction, not just in the scientific community, but especially also in the vendor community. So a lot of companies and startups are using it in order to interface platforms together, and it allows very nicely defined tooling, but also methods to adapt FHIR to your local requirements.
Another very important aspect, and I'm very glad that it was mentioned in previous talks, is that we are also relying on international terminologies. And SNOMED CT is actually a keystone of our strategy in the sense that it's a very complete, all-encompassing medical terminology that not just contains the terms and definitions, but also many very relevant relationships between these terms, and we can use them to reason on the data, to draw conclusions actually. And another important terminology, of course, is LOINC, which we are using for the laboratory modules. Then, as I mentioned, there are tools which we can collaboratively use to demonstrate it. I think we can take a little bit more time. Professor Sagarada told me that I could extend a little bit. And then, of course, a governance process is also important, and what we made sure here is that this is not just a closed shop for medical informatics initiative, but rather that we've got an open governance and also balloting process, where also external participants and interested parties, also the EHR system vendors, can participate in defining these standards for the modular core data set. Okay, and it's not finished, of course, with these modules, but it's open for extension, and we've already started to add new modules to it as they become relevant to the use cases. Then looking at the consent and data sharing working group, as I mentioned, the consent working group has developed a template which allows a patient to sign modular consent regarding, for instance, the retrospective use or prospective use of their data, also the use of biosamples or being contacted by academic hospitals for recruitment into clinical trials, which is accompanied by legal guidance for use and also by patient-related materials like videos that can be shown to patients on the home pages or in waiting areas. And then there's a structured representation which was built together with the interoperability working group. And the data sharing working group has explicitly modeled in the BPMN language data sharing processes, which can then be used to annotate the different processes and also to electronically implement them. And a very big step was that they also designed a harmonized data use policy, which is now accepted by all of the participating university hospitals, and also a harmonized data use contract, which is currently being negotiated with the university hospitals. So that makes it a lot simpler to actually get a project going. Okay, and just to show that we can actually achieve something also very early on, because this project, it has got a 4-year runtime, and in many scientific projects, really everything is done only in the end. But in the Medical Informatics Initiative, we tried to harvest low-hanging fruits in the so-called demonstrator study, which I won't go into deeper detail today, but it allowed us, using standardized data sets and also readily available open source tools, carry out an initial study on comorbidities and rare diseases very early on in the project, and include 20 of the German university hospitals and include data from 3.2 million patients to calculate comorbidities. And you can see over a 6 months period how these various hospitals came live over the course of this project, which is very positive. On the other hand, we can also observe that it still took 6 months for all of the hospitals to gain approval to provide their data because of these differences in the German federal states. Okay, and just one final thing before I come to my summary regarding patient participation. There was a representative survey that was carried out for the TMF, which is a research support organization in Germany, which was carried out in August of this year with about 1,000 German participants, asking them whether they would be willing to donate their medical data for research. And actually there was a very high approval. Almost 80% were very likely or likely to actually supply their data in a donation form to clinical research. And also they trust academia, so the likelihood to donate data in an academic context was much higher. It was 97% of those that actually wanted to donate, compared to only 17% for donating to a commercial organization, which certainly does not rule out that collaborations could be done, in the sense that the academic parties are the safekeepers of the data, but that they involve commercial partners if the ethical foundations are given. Okay, so to summarize, I think the goal that in order to achieve this goal, we certainly need to establish international collaborations, and they should be built on established standards like we demonstrated in the Medical Informatics Initiative by reusing existing standards and adapting them, also by reusing existing toolings and platforms. Then, of course, hand in hand with the patients and the doctors, and one important party is missing here, also the vendors, because that will allow us to be sustainable. And I think it also makes sense to have iterative approaches, so we can really show very early on that we have some success in what we are doing. Okay, with that I thank you very much and would give back to Professor Sakura.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, let's move to the Hugo Crochet. Okay, we have some time, so just comment to the Ganslandt's presentation. So anyway, first is congratulations for the initiation of this medical data integration in Germany. And I think that lots of know-how will coming out based on constructing this medical data, and already you initiated the first step. So what is really the most difficult point? But still you are all working, but what's your first focus on this medical data integrations?
Yeah, I think actually it's not just one challenge that we have to solve, but it's really all of them. It's like the legal side is a hard challenge to solve, especially in the federated situation. And it will be very interesting to see whether specific laws will come out in Germany regarding the research use of data, because, for instance, we've got the what we call the Schweigepflicht. I'm not sure how to translate it. It's like a professional secrecy that doctors have to adhere to, but it also protects them from certain like access by the police regarding the medical data. And certainly it would be very interesting to see whether something like research secret could come out as well. And data donation, I think, is another aspect there. And then the technical aspects, I'm very confident that we can solve them over time, and they would be easiest also to transfer to other countries. And we are already pursuing an international strategy to do that.
Okay, so let's continue the discussion later. So thank you very much. So let's start with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry for the little technical problem. So I'm Hugo Crochet, AI and Big Data Project Manager in Santé, which is a comprehensive cancer center, hospital in France. But right now I'm not going to talk as this position. I'm going to talk to you about the French health tab, which Ms. Adenot spoke about early on today. So I'm not part of this. It's the governmental initiative, which I'm not part of, but the representative of the French health tab couldn't make it today, so I apologize for that. But I'm going to be the spokesman for this brilliant initiative. So before, I think Professor Ganslandt made a really great introduction about the challenges that we are facing in health data, and we have exactly the same. So everything that he has said applies to us. I'm going to focus more on the topic of making together all the health data. So we're going to have a small overview of the health data landscape in France. We've got cohorts. We've got register, we've got EMR from every single hospital, we've got genomic data. These are the data that are widely used right now, but they are specific from an hospital, from a cohort, from a research center, from another. They are, right now, these data are not able to be linked together. We've got another very big data source, which is called the SNDS, that we have very briefly talked about early on today. So SNDS for National Health Data System. In this system, we've got data on every single act that has been reimbursed by the National Insurance Fund. So it's basically, we've got data on basically everything, every health act in France. For example, we've got 1.2 billion acts every year out of the hospitals. Everything is in this database. So it's an administrative database. So we only have information about who has which acts when, and actually how much it costs. But we don't have clinical data in this database yet. We've got other data sources that are less well known. We've got pharmaceutical data, ton practitioner data, contextual data, and many other sources. What's important is like right now, all these databases, if you're a researcher, you've got an idea of a project, everything is locked. If you want to link two databases, you have to get access to every single database, one by one, get the access. There is no single unified governance for this. So that's the constat, and there is this member of parliament, and he's also a first medal, Cedric Bellamy, and he wrote a report on AI in 2018, and his report is called AI for Humanity, because he thinks that AI is such a powerful tool that we should target all the efforts that we are doing on AI on topics that are very important for the world. It's basically healthcare, mobility, agriculture, and defense and security. So that's the 4 topics that are covered by AI for Humanity. And in his report, he explains that there is a lack of a comprehensive platform that hosts every single health data in France. And that's exactly what is the health data hub that has been created by the law called My Health 2022, that has been voted in July 2019. So I'm going to walk you through 3 very important points of this law. The first one is that no, the health data hub should be the platform functioning as the unique desk to access SNDS for public interest research. So basically it's saying that if you want to access data that is in the SNDS, you have to go through the health data hub. And as a statement, it's already interesting, but it's even more interesting with the second point of the law, saying that no, SNDS is all health data that has been at least partially reimbursed by the National Assurance Fund. So it's virtually every single health data in France, because everything is at least partially reimbursed by the National Assurance Fund. And the last point is that the health data will set up a unified governance on this data, how to get access to the data. So basically what we're saying is that we're moving from this to this. Everything is the SNDS. The SNDS is still locked, but to get the key, the one that has the key is the health data hub, and everything has to go for this. So imagine for a researcher, you move from something very split up to something easy to read. You want to access health data in France, you go to the health data hub. So that's what the law is saying. It's a bit harder in reality. We're going to go through this. The ambition of the hub is that health data financed by national solidarity is a common heritage, and it should profit the greatest number in the respect of the ethics and fundamental rights of a fellow citizen. It may seem obvious, but it's actually cutting short a lot of discussions about data valorization and health data. Like a lot of discussion about should I be the best data set in France, and everything is cut short by this because everything is going to be at the SNDS. Work started in January 2019 with a budget of 80 million for the first 4 years. So right now the health data is a team of like 10 people. There are going to be 20 next year and 50 people in 2021. And the structure itself will open, it's supposed to have opened yesterday. And it's basically, when I mean the structure, it's like the legal structure, but the services of the health data, so basically the data are going to be hosted on the platform beginning of next year. 3 challenges for the health data structure. The first one is to manage to consolidate massive and heterogeneous health data. Of course, it's massive because we are getting every single health data in France. It's obviously huge, and heterogeneous for 2 reasons. It's heterogeneous because it's different data sources, images, clinical data, genomics data, biological data, but it's also heterogeneous because each hospital has its own rule about how they reference data, and so there is a big challenge ahead of us of how to make these data interoperable. The aim is to ensure data quality and reusability using the FAIR principles, so for findable, accessible, reoperable, and forgetting the last one. But that's the work that we haven't worked so far. The idea right now is just to identify the first most important databases and to integrate them in the health data. So for example, most of you may know about the APHP, which is the Paris Hospital, which is a very unique and huge structure in the world, and they have a data hub. So all the data that are in the APHP data hub are going to be available through the National Health Data Hub. We're going to include this database first in the catalog, and then there are going to be other databases that are going to be included step by step according to an order of importance for the community. And there is a big challenge about data valorization strategy because every data producer in France and in the world are investing a lot of time, effort, and money into creating these databases. And we can't simply say right now everything you have done so far is just getting into public. So there is a strategy yet to be defined about how we valorize these efforts. The second challenge is to manage to share this data with very various entities, either private or public, and in order to facilitate cutting-edge research. The idea is that since every data is going to stay in the hub, people who want to access the data are going to work in the virtual world of the health data. They will not be able to download data. So in the framework, we want to offer as many tools and frameworks as possible so that every single research team that wants to do a project with this data is going to be able to do it. So for example, if you want to use the last framework, FIRE, or you want to use the last data mining or deep learning algorithm, and you need some frameworks and tools, they are going to be available in the. We need to define a unified governance, how someone who wants to access data is going to get access to this data. There is still a pipeline in France, but we are going to adapt it, try to simplify it actually. And I think this point is important for everyone here. All nationalities may access data. It's not, even if it's data produced in France by the French population, it's accessible to anyone. The third challenge and the last one is to animate this community, because obviously the health data is going to become the main actor in the development of data on health ecosystem, as every single data access team is going to go through the hub. On the hub, there will be an open source platform, so you will be able to use all the open source software available worldwide, and there will be a marketplace. So, for example, if you've got a project where you need to annotate data or to make any work on the data, if there is someone that has a tool to do this, they will be able to put it on the marketplace, and the project leaders will be able to use it on the data that are available on the hub. And the health data will also become a reference platform for matching skills and interests. The idea is that there are a lot of people that want to support, promote a project, but they may be lacking some skills, for example, in data science, or in the reverse way, they are lacking some medical experience. And it will be a place to exchange and to foster relationship between people part of the ecosystem. Of course, we will promote innovation and try to bring national and international visibility on health data in France. In January 2019, yes, we started the first call for projects. The idea was try to showcase the fact that this platform is very useful and can have a great impact on what we develop in health care in France. And also to kind of have a proof of concept and to identify the bottlenecks and the topics that are blocking the subject right now. So there was a first call for project with 189 answers, even though the time to answer was less than a month, which shows that there is a great interest into this project. The criteria for the 10 selected projects were that It must be an important potential societal impact. There must be a high quality of the database brought in the hub, and every project owner must accept the principle that these data are going to be accessible to the widest range of people. So there are 10 projects selected. I'm not going to walk you through all of them because it's going to be a bit long, but just a quick overview of some of them. DeepSarc, that's actually the project I'm leading. We are linking our sarcoma database. So sarcoma is a type of cancer, a rare type of cancer. We've got a database that is listing every single sarcoma case in France, because if you use the SNDS, this information is not in the SNDS, because you can have a sarcoma that is not described in the right category for SNDS. And we're linking this with the SNDS to get the real-world therapies that have been done that apply to the patient and try to determine new international referential to treat this disease. The projects that are in orange involve AI. So as you see, out of 10, you don't see the other slide, but out of 10 projects, there are only 3 projects that are involving AI. But still, the other ones are quite innovative on databases. And as part, the idea is to predict the outcome for Parkinson patients based on a very big database of more than 20,000 Parkinson patients. There are clinical data in this, genomic data, and more. On DeepBeast, it's more like 250,000 annotated mammography, and the idea is to use AI to facilitate diagnostic and patient screening in mammography, as breast cancer is the most prevalent cancer in France. It's of utmost importance. And Hydro is using kind of same type of approach, trying to predict if the patient is going to have a problem or a heart attack based on his pacemaker data. And here we've got other projects so interesting. Some future action by the hub. The first pilot projects have been already working, but we'll be able to access data and start working on the data from January 2020. And the services of the hub will open mid-2020 for everyone else. We will launch very soon an affiliation program that is the declination of what I said about this goal of animating the ecosystem and linking researcher and project promoter, project owners. We will try to participate in European project calls related to health and develop links with other foreign national health platform projects, which is a good occasion to be here. We didn't start this work yet because it was not the most urgent topic, and we have a lot of work to be done on our database before trying to link to other databases, but it will be definitely interesting to talk about this. And we will co-organize a summer-winter school called AI for Health. And lastly, if some of you are interested in this, we'll organize a call for project and actually launching in 2 weeks. It's going to be only AI-based project that target 4P medicine, and will be a subvention of more than 300,000 euro for a 2-year project. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. So interesting. Also, in my understanding, France also started this medical data integration from this year. Is it correct? 2019. So, yeah, like Germany, same times. Yeah. Okay.
We're starting the project integration right now, even though we have a past integration that I would get that is longer than that.
Okay, thank you very much. Then the Professor Yasunaka, please, from the Japan side. Okay, sure, yeah.
What do you mean by research use? How do you define research?
Okay, so thank you for your comments. We would like to discuss about trying to make difference to distinguish the research purpose and clinical purpose or industrial purpose of it. Thank you very much. Later.
Okay. Can I go ahead? Okay.
Thank you, Sakurada Sensei, and hello everyone. So I am PDS Naga from the Department of University of Tokyo, Clinical Epidemiology, University of Tokyo. So today I'd like to talk about the benefits and limitations. Not only benefits, also the limitation of the large-scale health databases in Japan. So actually I am an epidemiologist and I am a specialist in statistics in medicine. So I'd like to talk about an overview of the large healthcare databases in Japan. And the second, let me introduce several studies using large healthcare databases in Japan. So there are many, study projects using the large healthcare databases in Japan. And lastly, let me talk about the future perspectives of the linkage between multiple databases. Okay, so large healthcare databases are electronic data on any records of individual people's events related to health and healthcare, so which can be searched, browsed, synthesized, and statistically analyzed. For example, when one is born, the birth certificate is issued by the attending physicians, and when one is dead, the death certificate is issued by the attending physicians, and all the data are collected to create vital statistics. And all the workers are recommended to have health checkups according to a law. And the data are collected to create the specific health checkup databases. So, when people have disease or injury, they will visit clinics, or they might be admitted to a hospital. And the data are collected to create a national health insurance databases or electronic medical records. When one is diagnosed with cancer, their data are collected to create a cancer registry. And when one received long-term care for elderly people, so the data are collected and to create long-term care benefit expenditures. So each data stand alone, and they cannot be linked together. Okay, the randomized control trial is a gold standard for clinical and epidemiological studies. So, however, the RCTs are not always feasible because they have sometimes ethical and financial problems, and the observational studies using large healthcare database can be a feasible alternative. But the large healthcare database are limited due to their observational design and statistical control. The confounding factors are often difficult, and they provide a weaker framework for internal validity. Okay. So there are two types of national health insurance database in Japan. That one is NDB data, National Database of Administrative Claims. And this database includes administrative claim data for all the inpatient and outpatients across all over Japan. And another database is called the Diagnosis Procedure Combination DPC database, which is a nationwide inpatient database including administrative claims and discharge abstract data, and some clinical database of about 8 million inpatient data per year from 1,050 hospitals all over Japan. Okay, so let me introduce several clinical studies or epidemiological studies. very simple example for using large healthcare databases. Okay, we can evaluate the effectiveness of drugs using large healthcare data. One example is agatroban. Agatroban is kind of drug for stroke, and the selective thrombin inhibitor, the use for stroke patients. But however, the effectiveness of this drug remains unclear. Okay, so this is not a randomized controlled trial. This is a retrospective observational study. So the patient characteristics can affect, treatment allocation. So using agatroban or not using it, as well as outcomes. Outcomes are affected by the patient characteristics or the hospital factors. So this complicated situation is called as confounding by indication. It's a major bias of the retrospective observational study. So we should address this issue of the confounding by indication by using statistical methods. So in this case, we used a very popular statistical method. It's called propensity score matching. So each is the probability of receiving the drug is calculated by using the potential confounders, and one-to-one matched analysis was created between the drug users and non-users. The results showed no significant difference in outcomes between the drug users and non-users. It's a little bit surprising result. And the results also show no significant difference in the occurrence of the adverse events between the drug users and non-users. So in conclusion, this drug is widely used in Japan, but this was safe, but no added benefit in early outcomes after a stroke. Okay, another example is that we can evaluate the effectiveness of specific treatments using large healthcare databases. So this study focused on the impact of rehabilitations on the outcomes in patients with stroke. So using the database, we analyzed 100,000 people with stroke in the database and examined the association of the early and intensive rehabilitation with a proportion of improved activity of daily living. So the database includes the data on the when the rehabilitation was done, and what was the activity of daily living before and after the rehabilitation. This figure shows the results of the analysis, and the horizontal axis shows the rehabilitation intensity. And as you can see, the patients with earlier rehabilitation and more intensive rehabilitation were likely to have improved activity of daily living scores. So in conclusion, early and intensive rehabilitation improved activity of daily living during hospitalization in patients with ischemic stroke. Okay, this is an example of a machine learning using large healthcare databases. So we created the machine learning-based prediction models for readmission after hospitalization for lung disease, the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So in the database, we identified 44,000 patients, adult patients, and 7% of the patients were readmitted within 30 days after discharge. So we modeled machine learning-based prediction models using raster logistic regression model and deep neural networks. So this figure shows, the several important variables which can predict readmission. For example, the duration of feeding tube use, a blood transfusion, or others. So this figure shows, receiver operating curve. So the reference model, compared with the reference models, machine learning models showed a little bit better, prediction ability. That is shown as C statistics. Okay, so finally, I'm going to talk about the future perspectives of the linkage between the multiple databases. So at present in Japan, the multiple databases stand alone and they cannot be, linked together. So we have, in Japan, we have the Act on the Protection of Personal Information and the related guidelines, and all the health and health data should be handled under the legal framework for personal data. And these legislation have two important aspects. So one is the patient consent for collecting and using routinely collected data, and so the de-identification is necessary, to collect and to use routinely collected data for research purpose. So next generation healthcare infrastructure act, that is also called Healthcare Big Data Act, was put into force in 2018. And this new law aims some purposes. So one is the so-called certified operators for de-identifying medical data, certified by the governments, would be entrusted with managing the patient's personal information. So under this law, various health and healthcare databases can be linked together by the certified operators, and the researchers can be provided with the linked data. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Esaki. Time is, still we have 20 minutes, but we need to quickly summarize and move to the panel discussion. So the purpose of today's discussion is to discuss about the joint database for medical data. And the impression that I heard about the three different representatives from each countries, I feel that the regulation, the role is different. So if we go into the detail, it's not so easy to harmonize. But each countries can learn the key issues, or the pilot study will, if we can share such kind of information, then we don't need to overlap same, mistake again. So I think that we can somehow find out a way to do the good collaboration for the joint database for the medical data. So why we have to construct a trilateral collaboration on AI-aided healthcare. In the United States, there is a private sector like GAFA is now proceeding the data-driven innovation, and in China, state-driven innovation is now promoting, and probably the Japan, Germany, and France can choose the third load. So, especially in the United States, Google, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft try to go into the healthcare. Especially in this beginning of this year, the CEO of the Apple say that the Apple will become the healthcare company in the near future. So they have a personal cyber data platform, and also they try to, how can I say, understand the disease using their platform. But I'm not sure that the data mining technology for a personalized recommendation of the commercial goods, book, music, and movie can apply to the personalized and prevention of the disease. So I think that not just think about the competition, but we can, I think about how to understand the disease in depth will be probably the academic question that we can collaborate together. So what is the purpose of medical data integration? Probably there's two different meanings. So if you feel that the present medical framework seems to be wonderful, then the improvement of diagnostic in the present medical framework will be one of the direction for data integration and apply for the AI. And AI will, how can I say, improve the stratification of the disease. For example, combination of imaging data and AI is now making lots of progress. And also we can identify the cause of the disease using the text mining or the mechanism analysis. But on the other hand, probably one of our common goals is to actualize 4P medicine, predictive, preventive, personalized, and participatory medicine. So for this purpose, I believe that we need a kind of paradigm shift in biomedical sciences. Especially in the context personalization, now the genotyping-based personalization making quite a great progress, especially in the oncology area. But also in addition to genotyping, personalization by deep phenotyping will be the important directions. So I already get some discussion about what's the difference with the research purpose and industrial or social application. So especially in LICAN, we are collaborating with the medical hospital in Japan to get the anonymized data and doing the basic research. But we feel some limitation of the basic research. For example, if we study the atopic dermatitis patient by collaborating with the medical hospital, probably we can get only 1,000 patients' data. But in Japan, there's 6 million atopic dermatitis people existing. So diversity in the sample, like 1,000, and in the 6 million, significantly different. So what we can do in the basic research is the kind of proof of concept that the AI, deep learning, and machine learning can apply to the medical data, and we can make some output. And probably this output is not sufficient for social application. So for that point of view, we need some kind of system to, how we say, apply the knowledge of the basic research into the social context. And in Japan, we try to set up the information bank that each people can put their data into the bank, and the bank will help the data mining by the for the industrial application. If we think about the data integration, so maybe each people think about the different data. So some people feel that text mining in the healthcare is a key issue for the AI-driven data integration. This is true, because the text is one of the accumulation of our knowledge. But in addition to the text mining, also we should consider about the non-verbal information derived from the medical devices, imaging data, or the non-imaging data coming from biomarkers, physics, and markers. And also, we don't know that how many features we can use to understand the specific diseases, and we don't know how much dimensions are appropriate. And also, Esaki-san mentioned about the data granularity. We don't know anything about the optimization of these things. So we have to have a try and error for the optimization of the data integrations. So we already learned from the 3 person that the standardization of, the data integration architecture, data import from hospital to data analysis center, data management, data integration, and data sharing will be the critical issue for the, medical data integration. But in addition to this, also the standardization of the measurement and also the standardization of the reasoning is required. So probably this will be the one of the possible target that our 3 countries can make collaborations. And a little bit the scientific directions. I cannot use to know, almost the time is coming, I'm sorry that. But just a few, I'll try to finish in a very short time. So for the sustainable health, I think that we need, so expensive medicine is not sufficient. So treatment for all concept is required. For medicine is also required. And for that purpose, we need a longitudinal big data and AI-aided healthcare system is required. Also quality standard for AI and healthcare is also required. So I think that the present biomedical framework is try to understand the common feature of the disease and try to describe the disease by being. But if we try to prevent the disease, we have to understand the disease by becoming. And also we have to understand individual differences. For that purpose, we need a life course data to understand the becoming of the disease. And for that purpose, lots of obstacles are existing for the data mining. I don't want to go into the detail. And there's lots of new technologies are now delivered into the AI area that can use for the reasoning for the medical data. So I don't want to discuss about the detail of the science today, but I think that to get some appropriate result using the medical data, I think that the interdisciplinary research project by trilateral collaboration will be quite important. And actually, myself in RICAN Medical Science Innovation Hub program is collaborating with lots of different stakeholders and clinical hospitals and trying to understand the disease in depth. So probably, maybe this is a virtual, I think, institute. So similar things will be possible by collaborating the 4 countries. So this is one of the proposals that I can give you today, especially in the context of science. And thank you for your attention. So I would like to move. 10 minutes is remaining, I'm sorry. So I'm sorry for the wrong discussion. So first of all, I already mentioned that maybe if you go to the regulation, there's, now it's very difficult to, get the common consensus. But especially from Gahan's presentation, it's really interesting that the donation concept is quite important, I think, for the future medical data integration. So do you think that this donation concept can apply to the other 2 countries like France and Japan? And if you can give some comments on that.
Yeah, I think that donation can certainly also apply to other countries, even though we have to think about potential biases that come from donation. If we rely only on data donations, it could certainly be that people who are dead cannot no longer donate their data. People may also, because of the impact of their disease, not be able to donate data. And so still, I think we need to have something to compare the donated data to. So it can really only be one part of the solution.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Hugo about how we, Japan and France, can make collaboration. So I think that also your target is different data are try to integrate it, and also you already pick up some actual project to how to apply the AI or machine learning. So if such kind of outputs are coming out in France, is it possible to share some of the know-how to the other countries? So also there's some intellectual property or something, but is it possible to collaborate with the other countries about your output of your research?
Maybe if I may, just on the donation side, I'm not sure it will be applicable in France because there is a special legislation about health data, and there is not such thing as donation because the health data belong to the community, and actually a French patient can't sell or even donate data because it's not his data, except for data that he has maybe collected on an IoT, on a wrist watch and something like that belongs to him. But the rest of it that is made in the hospital is already belongs to the community. And about sharing the outputs, of course, like of the project that I showed on that have been selected for the first call for project, most of them are public research. The other one are private research, but all of them are going to get published. So at least the results from all these projects are going to be widely broadcast, and then we are definitely open to discuss more of the difficulties we are encountering and things like that. And as I say, the data we have in the FTW is accessible to anyone else for any country.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, to the two persons from Germany, France. So it's probably impossible to bring the Japanese data in Germany or France, and also it's very difficult to bring the German or France data to Japan. So actually, the true medical data integration doesn't make sense. But for example, if the data scientists who have a complement to the Germany or France is existing in Japan. At that case, I think that person can go to France or Germany and do the data analysis using your data integrated database. Do you think that that will be possible for the international collaborations for the data scientists and data in the other countries? Also the other directions, okay, your data scientists come to Japan and study the Japanese data and get some output. So do you think that such kind of collaboration have some reality or some difficulty? So if you can give some comments, it would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think it will definitely be possible to do that, and I think it makes even more sense not to pool all of the data in one location, especially in an international context. It will be quite hard to do because if we want to do it, it would have to be in an anonymized fashion, but to truly anonymize such a large data set would be really impossible unless we totally destroy it by means of eliminating all sorts of detail from it. And so I think the important aspect is to agree on standards, how to structure, how to interface the data, and then actually the data doesn't have to travel. Also, the people may not need to travel, but rather the analysis can go to the data, and we can really run very large projects, and there are examples for them, like the OMOP Odyssey project, which has run clinical trials retrospectively on more than 600 million patients, which has led to some very unique observations that couldn't really have been made on smaller data sets.
Yeah, of course, as it has been said, it will be impossible to make the data move, but what we can do is maybe there are two ways we can do something called federated learning. So it's basically the idea of when you are in AI, instead of having moving databases in one place and then training the AI, you can actually make the algorithm move and train in the Japan data set, come back to France. I think that's exactly what you were talking about. So this is one way, and then for sure, as you said, we can have collaboration in my hospital, in the other CAP. We have actually someone from Japan, from a partnership that we have, that is actually coming to France to work on our data. So that's possible. And I think there is also a thing that Emmanuel Bacri was the scientific director for the Health Data. We talked about this presentation before, and he told me that he would be very interested to see a project that is trying to study the same thing, but under 3 different databases. So pick a topic and study with the different databases and see what's the differences, what are the difficulties. And that would be a good way to try to work together on top of this.
Tsunaga Sensei, about the collaboration in Japan.
Yeah, technically, so the researchers outside Japan can use Japanese data, and we welcome to the other countries' researchers to use Japanese data, but there is one big problem. So the database are written in Japanese language.
So this is one of the limitations. So some German and French scientists have learned Japanese language, and that's really the hurdle for that. So, okay, so maybe, but anyway, many Japanese try to also the software to convert the Japanese terminology into the English, or is now working. So, give comments.
Again, I would like to refer to SNOMED-CT as one chance to have an international consensus on how to call concepts and value sets. And certainly there need to be local interface terminologies. It's not possible, or it's possible, but it maybe is not sensible to translate all of these hundreds of thousands of terms from SNOMED-CT into all of the languages, but it is possible to map them onto local interface terminologies, and that would really be a game changer for international research in the medical field.
Thank you very much. I would like to give place one issue about the merit of the collaboration. So stratification of the disease. This is one of the goals of the personalization. But compared to the first principle often used in physics, stratification doesn't have something, truth or something, because stratification depends on context. So that's, I think, is very important. For example, come back to atopic dermatitis, especially the stratification in Germany, France, and Japan is different. That's quite important because probably the background, the lifestyle or the environment is different, and also the medical treatment is different. So if we try to harmonize everything and simplify the single standardized something, probably this is not the way of the future AI. So if each country have their original way for stratification, and if we can learn for each country, that's the, how can I say, the reality of the science. Science is the self-criticism that is not perfect. Always we have some mistake. So if we can do such kind of collaboration between these three countries, based on the, how can I say, the scientists that transfer from each country to the others, that will be the one of the way for the goal. So the time is limited, but can I ask some few comments for the remaining three, or if you finish the time?
3 minutes, and then we should complete.
So can you give some final, any comments in 1 minute for each people? I'm sorry.
Closing statement. Well, I think this is has been for me a great opportunity to see what is being done in the different countries. I think there are a lot of similarities. We are facing the same challenges, and right at this point in time, I think it's the perfect point to discuss how to align what we are doing and to use this positive movement that we have right now to move forward together faster and a more quality assured way than we can do on our own.
Okay, I learned much from this conference, and I feel the possibility of the collaboration between Japan and Germany and France. Actually, I perform some collaborative studies with American researchers, but in the future I would like to collaborate with German and French researchers.
I will be very, very repetitive with what Professor Ganslandt said, but yeah, of course, we've seen that the same challenges and kind of the same strategy. Some countries are a bit ahead on certain points, but lagging behind on some other points. So maybe if we can just discuss and exchange, we will just access together to a very good health database, and hopefully a very grateful and impactful application behind this.
Thank you very much. So now time is up, and thank you very much for your contribution and also your contribution. Yeah, I would like to close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the four speakers of that. Okay, we're happy to have almost everyone back to the room. I think a few people might come in a few seconds. We hope you enjoyed the working groups. Sorry for interrupting some of the talks here in front of the room. The idea of the program point now, snapshots of the working group, is that we hear not really a comprehensive summary of every working group. You can imagine it would be a bit too long. But I would like to ask the moderators of all 6 working groups to come up to the stage and give either a highlight, what was new for them, what did they learn in the working group, or maybe one aspect you identified where you really see the potential for further collaboration, what should be looked closer at for trilateral approach. So that is up to you. Something you would really like to share with the audience. So I would like to call to the stage for working group 1, Professor Juffernbruch will jump in because unfortunately Professor Miano had to go back to the office. They have a huge evaluation going on the AI hospital program today. So Professor Juffernbruch, please come up to the stage together with Dr. Bocklitz for working group 2, Hugo Crochet, and Eugen Satoshi Takagi, Sirko Pelzil, and either Professor Rousson or Professor Vera. That's up to you how you share work. I see Professor Rousson, so yes. You have 3 minutes each. Yeah, try to make it interesting, entertaining for the audience. Some of them joined more time with you in a working group, some of them have no clue, so please share your...
Yeah, I'm not sure how to make it entertaining. I could dance maybe, but I prefer to read, but I took notes because I wasn't the moderator of the session, so I wrote down some keywords. So the overall topic was, what is AI and IoT there for? And that is ultimately to reduce the workload of the physician and the healthcare workers. And also, we all face in our countries the problem that the big cities have a lot of medical specialties, but in the rural areas it's quite different. So the idea is to use the technology to provide the same level and the same high quality of healthcare, no matter where the patient is and what time it is of the day. We also generated some ideas, some concrete ideas how we might use artificial intelligence. For example, we could use AI to handle the vast amount of medical literature that no doctor is able to read. And if we had an AI system that could scan the new publications and then create sort of an automatic e-learning, sort of a summary for the doctors, that would be very helpful. Also, freeing the doctor up from documentation purposes. So the AI listening in on the doctor-patient conversation and then automatically generating documentation in the electronic healthcare system. So what was a little bit controversial was the discussion, where's the main responsibility? That's something we already discussed here. Is the main responsibility with the medical doctor, or is it with the manufacturer, or do they share the responsibility, and how is it distributed between these two entities? Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, we had a nice discussion about AI in clinical trials, and it was basically based on the technical aspects of it. And I want to point out 3 major points we discussed. The first one was basically to select the data set where you train it, and in which sense this data set has to be balanced in order to get a model which is then not influenced by that bias. Like, for example, if some gender is underrepresented in training data, then the model will not recognize diseases in that sub-cohort basically correctly. The second point was regarding the evaluation. So we all, the guys who studied science, we know that there's no measurements without error bar or without a measurement of uncertainty. That is not done in AI actually. Now we only say, okay, 99%. And that's problematic, and that's why we suggest some evaluation procedure. This has to be forced somehow also. Some cross-validation procedure which is done in automatic, good way, basically. And the third point was basically regarding the visualization of the methods. That should be somehow either quantitatively or qualitatively, and in order to get an understanding how these methods working. That is an open issue actually, because you can until now only visualize the linear part, and yeah, the more complex parts or the non-linear parts is not accessible until now. Yeah, with that, I'm giving the microphone to the next speaker.
Thanks. So in our group, we were focusing on a few examples of application of AI and data, especially text mining. We underlined the fact that we can use text mining to transform unstructured data into structured data. So we're basically using AI to make AI. So that was interesting. We talked about data referential, and we kind of felt that there was kind of a dilemma between having a referential for everything, that it will be such a long list of data sets that will be never used by anyone. So it's a balance between finding something that is generalist enough to be used for everyone and precise enough to have enough content to be able to do research on it. So there is this discussion about what's the good data referential. And another interesting input was about the fact that we should discuss with the clinician, and when we provide a clinician or a doctor an AI application, we should really insist on how it has been created and which data it has been trained on, so to make the clinician understand what he can expect from this application, to avoid some error. And the last point was about regulation. We exchanged about the fact that maybe we are lacking communication between small startups and a small research team with a regulator like an EU regulator or government regulators. Thanks. I'm moving on.
Hello. Yeah, my topic was about the entrepreneur design. That means assume we have this database in place, but how do we get it in the market? How do we get it to the surgeons to use it? And I think I had a brilliant group, a lot of input. Thank you. And the first thing was about, we said it must be an easy access, so we need to have an API. I think France has an API, which was very nice, or will have. So it must be an easy access to this new database. The second one was, we needed something like a standard like a DICOM. I don't know if you know DICOM. It means you have MRI or CT. It doesn't matter which provider it is, you have a DICOM. Because then each company can just upload their own model. And the third one, how do we motivate companies and how can we compete with the US, with Apple? And then we said, and it was a nice proposal from Julia, we need to have a challenge. And the challenge means that companies like to have a challenge to put who can provide the best model. And then after it's provided, they get a reimbursement from the insurance companies, for example, and then the hospitals can just download it, and that would really boost it. And then if many companies do it, then we can be in lead. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Eugene. Thank you for giving me a chance to connect the German friends and French friends. I will report today's or the event to my Finnish friend. And I personally had a long-term collaboration with French company in Dijon, and also had a plant project in Ireland. So why not we closely try to find out work together with German and French friend. I will visit with my Finnish friend to your companies or your institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm David Gozon, and I co-chaired this last working group with Dr. Professor Michel Béra, and it will be the last stage of this all guys working group reports. We tackled the issue of quality of medical data, both from the mathematical side, the managerial, and the legal aspects, and we come to the common notion that producing medical data of quality is of the essence as far as the development of medical algorithms is concerned, and we put forward the idea on the field of regulation of algorithmic human warranty. The notion that you need a proper human supervision at every stage of medical data collection, both at the mining stage, the qualifying stage, and also the training stage of algorithms. And Michel entered at very sky-high level into the intricacy of bias and also the sky-high risks at stake in the field of both financial and healthcare algorithms. Would you like to add something? So it's all right. Thank you so much.
Maybe we could applaud. Okay, thank you so much for these speedy presentations. I may come back to the scene. We have another round of rather quick presentations. The background is that our forum was planned or coordinated together with a few other events during this week. They're all under the same headline of Connecting Europe and Japan, Intelligent Healthcare Applications. And I would like to call to the stage the organizers or representatives for these other three events. So I would like to call to the stage Ms. Ganslandt, Counselor of the Embassy of France in Japan, Dr. Markus Schmidt, Director for the Chemicals and Healthcare Division in the Germany Trade and Industry, and Dr. Lukas Witosławski, the Chief Operating Officer at the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Japan. So maybe one point I would like you to state also which countries are involved in your event, so that, because we're talking about Europe and Japan, so maybe that audience gets an image. And you will also have about 3 minutes time to introduce your event.
So thank you very much for coming today. So as you know, probably some of you, this seminar is going to be followed by another seminar, which is a closed seminar between the experts, which has presented the national strategy, but also different aspects in the different session today, to try to build up trilateral cooperation between France, Germany, and Japan. Why? Probably you have heard, but I would like to say that once again, because probably France, Germany, and Japan cooperation on this aspect, so it means implementation of artificial intelligence in healthcare, should be an alternative solution as compared to the state-driven AI strategy run in China and to the US marketing-driven strategy. Because we are sharing common values, and I've heard a lot of common words, meanings ethical, methodological, and sharing challenges from all our 3 different countries. So I think we are in the build-up of all this strategy in all the different countries, and a lot of the speakers already mentioned the different tracks that we can pursue for working together. Probably tomorrow the discussion will be enriched by other ideas, but I've heard several interesting things regarding quality standards for AI application for medical data and for construction of medical database. I would like to say that this is we should say, restricted workshop because we need to discuss in depth, and we would be very delighted to share these common, we should say, different ideas with members of the seminar who participate to the seminar. And I would like to draw your attention as well to the initiative that exists between our 3 different funding agencies. So it means ANR in France, DFD from Germany, and GST from Japan, to jointly funding a common project on AI between our 3 countries. So the first call was launched in 2019, and already 36 applications were received for the 3 different agencies. And it means that there are some money who could be dedicated to research on these different aspects. So we hope that the success of the first call will be followed up by a second call in 2020, to which ideas from this seminar could give rise to a new application between our 3 countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just didn't know if I had a slide or not, but I'm sorry. Thank you very much for having me and giving me the opportunity to say a few words about the event we will be hosting tomorrow as well. Our event will start at 1 o'clock. Again, my name is Markus Schmidt. I'm with Germany Trade and Invest. That's the Economic Development Agency of Germany. And the event tomorrow is the 15th annual Japan-Germany Industry Forum. The topic tomorrow will be artificial intelligence in healthcare. So once again, the same topic, but from an industry perspective, collaboration between Japan and Germany. We have a very exciting lineup of speakers. We'll have opening remarks by Mr. Bright, who is the head of the Task Force Artificial Intelligence at the German Federal Ministry of Economics. We'll have keynote speeches from Dr. Ichikawa from IST, Director General at IST. Another keynote from Mr. Lipp, who's Senior Innovation Architect at Siemens Healthineers. I'm not going to go through the entire program, that's going to take too long, but there will be more presentations about the German economy, Japanese investment trends, business opportunities, legal framework in Germany. We have a speaker from Charité, Europe's largest hospital system, about personalized stroke treatment and prevention powered by artificial intelligence. We'll hear from NEC about next generation cancer treatment. We'll hear again from Mr. Pelzer, who just spoke in the previous session in one of the workshops about virtual surgery intelligence. There's another German company, Magnosco, presenting about AI-driven diagnostics. And finally, we'll hear from Fink about personalized AI for everyone's wellness. Registration has closed, I must say, but if you have not registered, there's still an opportunity to join our event. Again, it will start at 1 o'clock at a Solar City Center. So maybe if you can see me in the final break or just after the event, I'm still going to stick around. Or otherwise, just come to Solar City Center tomorrow 1 o'clock and let them know that you heard about the event today. I'm sure we can work something out. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you very much.
So also from my side, good evening, Ms. Lang. Thank you very much for giving us or me the opportunity to give you a quick sneak peek about our event the day after tomorrow concerning startups, the startup ecosystem and environment. A few words concerning our event called TechBizCon. A little bit strange name probably for some of you, but it's actually quite easy to translate. Tech for technical, of course, biz for business, and con a little bit from the Japanese gompa, bringing together to parties, which comes out from the word companion. So our aim is to bring together startups and different actors from the startup ecosystem, especially, of course, investors, VCs, or that we see departments of major corporations looking for fresh ideas and having some money for supporting a startup that might have this idea. And as Ms. Lang already mentioned, the topic this year is in common for all of our 3 events. In our case, more focusing on digital health as a technical application, and we would like very much in welcoming still 10 more people. There are still 10 places left if you should be in the startup ecosystem, and we are going to have in total 12 startups pitching on that day, additional 6 startups presenting their solutions. And as we are talking about Europe, not only as a bilateral event, we are going to have 3 startups from Austria, 3 startups from Finland, 3 startups from Japan presenting. Unfortunately, 1 German startup cancelled, so we have 2 startups from Germany pitching as well. At the Edge Off in Shibuya, starting from 3. And on top to the different pitching sessions of the startups and the final contest, there will be also 2 panel discussions, focusing first about the startup ecosystems of the respective countries participating. So as our colleagues from Advantage Austria and Business Finland are participating, you have the opportunity to get know a little bit more about the opportunities as a startup you can have in the respective countries, and also a panel discussion about the status quo of digital health applications. And here I would also like to thank Professor Juffernbruch for joining us the day after tomorrow as well. So, with that being said, same as for Mr. Schmidt, if you should be interested, if you have to do something with the startup ecosystem, please feel free to contact me afterwards. We think it's a good opportunity. The ecosystem between our countries are not so well known. Talking about Germany, the Japanese ecosystem startup ecosystem is not that visible. And concerning the German startup ecosystem, I have to say congratulations to France. You have done a great job. You are very visible. I think we still have some way to go. And the more we can show or find areas of cooperation, the better it is for a win-win-win situation for all of us. So I would be glad if I could still win the interest of some of the participants this evening. Thank you very much.
So thanks to the 3 of you. We wish you a lot of success with your events as well. It's been a pleasure to coordinate all the events together. I think we work together in marketing partly, and we're working on different layers, partly different target groups, but sharing the topics. So this was probably also attractive for our speakers traveling all the way from Europe to come here, as well as for the Japanese experts maybe to have the chance meeting them in a short time frame. So thanks for this input as well. We will now move after session 1, session 2 have been, so to say, finished. We're moving to one discussion more on the meta level. I will ask the 2 chairs to co-chair this session under the headline of Expanding Human Intellect by Combining AI and Humanity. New healthcare in an AI era. Sorry. Okay, so we have Dr. Sakurada and Professor Juffernbruch being the co-chairs for that panel, and I would like to call additionally to the stage Professor Dr. Michiko Mino, Executive Director at RIKEN, Professor Dr. Veronika von Messling, you met already in the morning, Director General, Life Sciences Division at the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and Dr. Isabelle Adenot, Board Member and Chair for Medical Device and Health Technology Evaluation Committee at the National Health Autorité. minutes more than planned. I think that's always valuable for a panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And now we are in the closing session. So we would like to discuss something beyond the quality control or the medical data integration. Probably a different direction of the discussion will be something, I think, influence to everybody. So for that purpose, I'd like to make some brief introduction, but I don't want to limit the discussion to what I'm going to give you the talk. So I think that you can find out the free discussion about the future of the AI. Maybe this will connect to the next year's more big symposium. So I would like to start the brief. Okay, the title of this the title is Expanding Human Intellect by Combining Artificial Intelligence and Humanity. So maybe some people, lots of questions, what this means, what we'd like to. So in the other word, maybe do you think that we would like to replace the clinician, lawyer, or teacher into the AI in the future? That maybe this is the discussion point, that how the AI will help human in the future. So. Okay. This is better. So I don't need to repeat again, but anyway, let's go here. So maybe we can share the common problem in the three countries: population aging in Japan, Germany, and France. The ratio of the people aged 65 years and over in 2018, ratio was 28% in Japan, 21% in Germany, and 20% in France. 28% means that Japan is now ultra-aged society, and Germany is a super-aged society, and France is still aged society. Maybe in the future, not so far in the future, that Japan will become the hyper-aged society, and sometimes in the future become the ultimate aged society. But anyway, the problem is that if the total medical cost increase by using the very expensive high level of the medical services, especially for the elderly, universal health coverage will be destroyed. This is one of the critical issues that from Japan side, Esaki-san already mentioned this morning. So we have to make change to provide the lifelong preventive health to all citizens. Probably this is one of the solutions. And also, this doesn't mean that high-level medical service is not necessary. Needless to say, this type of challenge is also necessary. But in addition to this, we need some preventive health to all citizens. Then what is the preventive health means? That is the second question. So health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of the disease or infirmity. This is the first sentence in the Constitution of the World Health Organization. It was more than 50 years, I think. So do you think that the health is identical to normal? So the concept of normal and abnormal exists. And some people feel that health and disease is like normal and abnormal, but I don't think so. Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with ALS when he was 21 years old and given 2 years to live. However, after living with the disease for more than 50 years, he died last year at the age of 76. So this means that Stephen Hawking had significant physical disability, but had a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So the health, definition of health is very not so simple. And especially I was more than 10 years ago, I was involved in the clinical studies, and at that time, I often see the placebo effect. This means that not only the physical state, but the psychological state are deeply interacting with the physical state and make some effect to the health. So, but for a long time in the biomedical science, we usually focus to the physical health, and but in addition to this, we also think about the mental health and the social health. And, but human is not so smart enough to understand this very complex interaction. So from that point of view, AI will help us to understand the meaning of the health. So I don't want to go into the detail, but probably the disease is kind of becoming, not being, because if it's disease is being, it's, how can I say, programmed by DNA sequence or something. So if the disease is becoming, we need a kind of the data, we call life course data, to understand what becoming is. And also lots of, I think, difficult approach and difficult and different approach from the present biomedical science is required. For example, usually we use the categorizations or stratification using the information geometry. So this is quite unusual for the biomedical science. So lots of this different, I think, concept or the technology or tools are required to understand the life force data. So in that context, so especially in AI era, so observation by big data aided observation and AI aided interpretation will be the one of the future of the AI era, I think, innovation. But for that purpose, we have to cross the border of biomedical science and mathematics and AI. And also from that point of view, we have to have some system that different area of the scientists gather together and think about the same problem. So this is one of the questions, how we can do that by collaborating with the 3 countries. Then, 2 additional questions, a more difficult question. What is the basis of the personalized solution? About 10 years ago, in the New England Journal of Medicine, showed that beyond evidence-based medicine. In this article, Chan mentioned that interpersonal medicine, a discipline approach to deliver care that responds to the patient's circumstance, capabilities, and preferences. So if you give some standardized solution, I'm sorry, I will finish in minutes. But anyway, circumstance and capability and preference. So I think that probably the standardized, I think, solution doesn't work very well in the context of personalized solution. So it means that we have to understand the person as it is. So this is not a simple way. So usually we can distinguish intelligence and intellect. Intelligence is the work within the framework of limited but clearly stated goals. So reinforced learning, which using the artificial intelligence will applicable because intelligence have a goal. Intelligence seeks to grasp, manipulate, reorder, and adjust. But in contrast, intellect is a critical, creative, and contemplative side of the mind, and intellect examine, ponder, wonder, civilize, criticize, and imagine. So we have 2 different ways of thinking. So one of the issues is that whether we should deliver, or we should develop the artificial intellect in the future or not. That's another question that we can discuss. But for me, I daily working with AI and try to create the social value by using AI. I think that the AI, if we can use AI, a proprietary, as a good tools, I think we can enhance our intellect. Probably our brain has 2 different ways of thinking. One is a reasoning. We can say this as an intelligence, and AI-aided reasoning will help our reasoning. But on the other hand, intuition, humanity, our sense of beauty is very difficult for the present AI to deliver. So from that point of view, if the human can, how can I say, enhance the humanity or sense of beauty and combine with the artificial intelligence, we can improve the intellect. Probably this will be the future, I think, social innovation. So maybe we can discuss about what is really the goal of the future society using the AI. So these 3 are the possible, I think, target for discussion, but I don't want to limit discussion. So let's move to the panel discussion. Thank you for your attention. So let's go back. Thank you. So I'd like to start from the question, more a general question. So I'd like to start from the my first explanation, whether you would like to have the clinicians and the lawyer and teacher replaced by AI or not, or that is required or that is not required, or you would like to have that, or anyway, you can discuss about the future of the society that you like to have such kind of AI that can substitute the role of the clinicians, teachers, lawyers. So can you start for the discussion? It's a very difficult question, but I would like to share the value that the three countries can create it in the future. So
I can give that a try. I think that very much as we are using robotics and computers in other areas of work, and we still have humans working in this area, and the jobs and the job descriptions evolving as new tools become available, that will also affect these professions that you were mentioning. Already teachers and students take advantage of all kinds of software solutions, and some of them have AI incorporated and some don't, and the same do the physicians. So I think the question as is, it's not an either or, it's jobs are evolving. They have evolved in the past, they will continue to evolve, and AI will play a role in all of those areas of life. And so I don't think we will have a situation where we have no doctor, but we will maybe have the doctor in a different interaction with AI than we have today.
Yeah. So probably that was the quite important point, that how the AI and the people can work together. How about Sensei?
Well, I'm not in this field. I'm from the information science. So in the field of information science, the AI has a 3 generations. One is the initial AI generation, and next is the cognitive AI. And now we are in third. We say that this is a data-based AI. So data science is the main role in this era. And what I think that the data is important, but the data is a kind of description of the phenomenon. And this is not the objective, it's a very subjective thing. This description is very different from the who described the data. So the data has a variety, and what I think in future for the personalized medicine or something like that, this situation is very similar in the education field. I mean that the education field is very similar in the medical field, because education has to be personalized, and the education needs statistical data to evaluate, say, how the education is. So the same things happen in the education and in the medical health care areas. And considering these things together, I think that the future personalized medicine is to find a predecessor who is very similar to you. That means the Sakurada Sensei said the classification. Classification is very important, because if you find a very good predecessors and how the medical situation or how the treatment would be is a very good information for the person who now under the treatment. So the main issue in near future, from the information viewpoint, how to define the similarity, how to do the classification. It is easy for computer to find identical data because identical is a very clear criteria, but the similarity is very a bad concept, because if we consider that two faces of human is so similar, one say this is similar around the eye, heart, and the other say, another say that I think that the nose part is similar. So similarity measure, you can define various ways. So the similarity measure is the key, or in other words, maybe the classification, just like that say, is a very key concept to develop personal medicine, I think.
Let's stop. Thank you, Mino-san. It's quite an important issue have raised from Mino-sensei. So most of the case, the people think that AI will give the good reasoning and give some answer to the question. So that's one side of the AI. But in addition to that, Mino-san said that find the similarity person. If I would like to find some solution of myself, very completely the same. One of the law of AI is to find a similar person. If it's elder than me, he already have the same experiments in the past. So we learn from the people. But this is the another side of the AI, because the Mino-san is really the information scientist and developed the AI for a very long time. And always AI has some limitation. This cannot cover all of the brain activity. So from that point of view, but on the other hand, human also have some recognition limitation. And it's very difficult to find out what I am. So if I can learn from the other people that how I can act and how I can live, make me more healthy. So that's the one part of the AI. So this also means that, come back to your question, your comments. If the goal is clear, I think that AI will help the children what they have to do. But our human beings just don't want to see something that is visible. We try to see something that is invisible. So the things that are invisible is something like the natural law. The scientists try to find out something like that. There's no clear goal. But on the other hand, it's going in the chess or such kind of game. We have the same goal. So this means that the AI have a two side. We need a two side of AI because all of the brain activity cannot be replaced by AI. So the law of AI. So I would like to give it two words. So like a tools. So if the goal is set, we try to find out the strategy to go to the goal. So in that case, AI is much better than human being. But if we would like to see something that is invisible, there's something that we cannot know what is the goal is, at that case, it's very difficult for AI to really find out the goal using reinforced learning. So at that case, probably learning from the human side will be another important, I think, way to overcome the human recognition. So now move to your side. So again, what kind of the society that you would like to give to the children or the grandchildren, for the future children? What kind of the future society is really, I think, that we have to, we are trying to make a social value at present. But this is for the probably not an easy goal. So it's for the children's or grandchildren's era. So what we can do for them. So what is I think, what we cannot do in the 20th century and what we have to do in the 21st centuries. Yeah, so if you can give some comments on that, that would be appreciated.
The question is very important. The future is, as you said, more productivity, more performance, and more efficiency, because our health system finish in few years, if we don't have this more performance. So it's a question. But on the other hand, EA is not the solution. Probably it's a part of the solution, but not the solution. Just because health system, it's human people and who take care of other human patients. So we need a lot of trust. If tomorrow we have an accident with an EA system, so we stop all. It's like that with car now. So we need a lot of trust. And trust, it's evaluation. It's also for startups, they need to understand that we need to evaluate. If we don't evaluate the system, so probably no trust. And it's a problem, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, she raised a quite important point because to make our society so sustainable, I think that also the efficiency, reproducibility, so well-controlled system is really necessary. And AI will be the critical for the maintaining such kind of reproducible and rational and efficiency. And this will be improve in future, and then I think that the profit of the people will be, how can I say, expanded to the more larger people on the earth and make people more happier, I think. So, so from that point of view, we raise two issues. One is that the so efficiency or the how we say reproducibility means that there's a clear goal. So clear goal is also quite important for the sustainability of the society. So the first part of the discussion, we can somehow conclude that the in an AI era, again, before and after is almost identical, but we need the two type of the value. One is the efficiency, rational, reproducibility, control, and this will be AI era AI will help promoting this. And in addition to this, later third part I will discuss in the depths, but also not only such kind of the how we say goal setting things, but also for a human being we have to deal with something that invisible. So that the things that we have to discuss later. Okay, so let's move to the second part of the discussion. Yeah, so Klaus, you have comments on the first issues to the action, please.
I would like to go back to the first question. Yes. So you mentioned that humans have the intuition and the AI has the intellect, right? So the question is that the status as of now, or is that a rule or law of nature? You know, can artificial intelligence do everything that human beings can do? If not now, maybe in the future? Or are there things that are unique to us as human beings? For example, the word intuition. Usually when you ask a human being to explain why he came to this or that decision, then he usually is able to explain the steps. But somehow when we cannot explain how we came up with an idea or how we came up with a conclusion, we are saying, that was my intuition. So, and sometimes the thought occurs that a deep neural network, where you have an input and an output, but you have no clue how the neural network came to the decision, is that the equivalent to what we call as humans intuition. So this is one question I would like maybe your comment on. And the other one is, actually there is a very controversial discussion about things like empathy. Is empathy something only we as human beings have, or will in the future AI systems have that as well? And the same for creativity. Can only we as humans be creative? Or can AI systems be creative just as we can? Or will it be, as you said, there are things in the human brain that we will never be able to model with AI? So, as I know, this is discussed, quite controversial, and I'm very curious to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, excellent summaries. And so first thing is that it's related to the second question that I would like to discuss. Institution is usually something that cannot be explained by the simple causality. We use such kind of word to explain something. But if we work with a clinician, they say that they really distinguish, stratify the patient, saying disease area. But if I ask how you are making stratification, they usually cannot explain that. But they make a very appropriate, I think, stratification. So what they are doing is institution. But this is now can convert it to the mathematical model and using the deep learning, also the deep learning. And at that case, we usually, I'm sorry for the very basic science, but we use the information geometries. We try to find out the information space, and in the information space, there's some limited partial space that can describe myself or some specific diseases or something like that. So one of the next, I think, AI direction is to calculate, or how can you say, make a described institution as the actual mathematic method. So, but that will be one of the important area for the AI. So I don't want to go into such kind of science in detail, but for that purpose, I think that different area of the scientists have to join together and make some good discussion. Especially in our case, my laboratory is located next to the AI center of RIKEN. Most of them are mathematicians. And in our laboratory, we have a double measure scientist who graduated get the degree in mathematics and then go into the medical school after they finish that. So these people can translate it from mathematician to the biomedical science. So the things that we have to discuss in the future is very complex. I think that not only the past scientific discipline, but we also have to need the new science area that can cross the border of the different boundaries. So do you think that so I would like to ask a question that what kind of activities or management is now doing to, proceed this kind of interdisciplinary research in France, and also in the case in RIKEN, and also in Germany and RIKEN and France. So starting from that, yeah.
I think that's actually something that we are trying to address in many different ways, because again, I don't think that's new that innovation happens at the interface between disciplines. Only when we look backwards, they are now established disciplines, whereas when we look forward, it seems like they are just forming. And so I think one approach that's always worked is to encourage young people to pursue that type of studies, to encourage them to be curious and courageous, and for us as funders, it is to create funding opportunities that encourage interaction between disciplines, be it between mathematics, informatics, and life sciences, but also be it between social sciences and mathematics, so that we encourage development of new disciplines that are growing out of this. So I think that is one aspect that is I think tried and true. So that's not necessarily unique to AI. Yeah. But I think with AI, the question that you were addressing before is at the end, on the one hand, we are curious, so we want to know how far AI can actually go. I don't think that's per se wrong or bad, but at the same time we have to be ready to deal with the result. Because at the moment I think we self-identify as having a monopoly on creativity, and I think when you speak about intuition, part of intuition is experience. I think that part a computer can learn and probably then do better than us. The other part is taking a different perspective on something that you've looked at for a long time. And I have no idea if a computer can do that or an AI can do that, but I guess pursuing this to find out if it can, we should definitely do.
Great. And one more question to you. So another quite important issue is that collaborating with the 3 countries. So is it possible to, how can I say, interact these, how can I say, interdisciplinary scientists, young scientists in France, Germany, and Japan, and work together and do some workshop or something like that? Will be something important to share the common values and the tools and way of thinking. So something we can influence that these people come together may make something change. So how do you think about this? Yeah. So.
I think there's lots of opportunities already. I think very often, at least in my experience, young scientists look to their mentor to decide what if they are going to another country and all this. So I think in events like this are really the first step, where people go then home and encourage their students to maybe do a stage or an internship at another institution. I think that is what is the most effective, and at least the German funding system has multiple opportunities for young, or for people at different training levels to spend periods of time in other countries, not just within the European Union, but in the entire world. But usually, in what I can see is most students will go to a place where their mentor has some kind of connection, where there is some kind of opportunity to integrate the time they spend abroad into their study plan. Not necessarily, most of them are open to maybe losing a few weeks here and there, but it has to be linked to their life plan, to their project. And this is why I think bringing the professors, the PIs together is the first step, and then encouraging them or pointing them towards these opportunities is the next step, because having the students come together is great, but I'm not sure if that will lead to an exchange of students. So.
Thank you very much. So, the Mino Sensei, so I can explain from the BCAN is the one of the largest national institute in the diverse scientific area. So we have lots of different natural science scientists in research center lead to different scientific area. So we can really have the law for the open science to cross the border. So, Sensei, is it how we can do that? It's not easy things, but now we have kind of mission to do the open science to cross the border of the different natural science. What's your opinion?
In BCAN, we can try to construct an open science database. And before that, we are discussing the data management policies for BCAN. And in principle, we agree that in principle, the research data should be opened in principle. But there are several exceptions. And if the data related to IP, intellectual property, or the data related to the personal information, in that kind of data, we can't open it. But the other data have to be open to the public. And it will be done in near future, I guess, I hope. And all data in various fields will be open to the public. That could be shared to all over the world, of course. And at the same time, I think that I first participate in this conference and Japan and Germany and French are not only sharing the data, but also the sharing the purpose or the approach method is very similar in sharing. So it's a good partner to do the data science together, because say the philosophy, data management policy is so important. Particularly, their privacy data is based on the human individual control. That idea, I think it's very good for collaborate together. And another things we are doing is to make a guideline for handling the medical data in Riken. And this guideline is established from the security viewpoint, because the medical data has a lot of personal information. So how to do the anonymity of the data, or this kind of how to process the data in order to open to the public or something like that. These kind of things we are now discussing. So sharing the data is important, particularly in this area, because the research area is now getting narrower and narrower. So we have to make researchers to collaborate each other, particularly in the different areas. But the barrier is that the terminology is different and the culture is different. So it's very difficult to collaborate, make the researchers collaborate with each other. But we have to do such kind of things because it's cause innovation. So it's necessary to do so. We believe that. So we're now proceeding such kind of.
Thank you, Mino Sensei. So one of the Riken's idea is to bind the different area of the science using the data. So data is not just the solution for the, especially the healthcare problem, but also the data itself is one of the platform that different scientists join together and think about the same problem. So if we go to the theoretical or philosophical something, it's not so easy to, how can I say, connect the different people together. But if there's a data, then we can discuss in a different way. So even in my case, some quantum physics people and our biomedical scientists is working together to how to understand the nonlinear dynamic system. So probably the Riken's one of the challenge is to make such kind of open science means collaboration with a different area of the natural science based on data will be the one of the possible, I think, collaboration framework for the three countries, I think. So how about the such kind of interdisciplinary research in France? Do you have any information or some comments on the interdisciplinary work in the France?
So of course in France we have a lot of research on that. And you know, when we speak on a country under development, it's when a country has resources, and then this country can't do nothing with these resources, need another country to do something, and the finished product come back in this country. So it's impossible to think that Germany, German people, and of course Japan and French and other countries are like that. So we have to exchange a lot. And of course, it's not possible to have research only in one country. It's we need to work all together. But I want also say that data scientists have to work with health professionals also together and patients associations, because I see in every day that we don't understand startups and people who work there, and they don't understand health system. So it's also, we have together like that. And the other questions is that I dream that in the future we have like a dictionary. Because when we say, for example, when we say self-learning, in the same word, it's a lot of things. So we need an international dictionary because it's very difficult. So yes, we work all together.
Thank you very much. So my understanding is that now we are in the data-driven science, and this itself is already the relation with the data science and the professional, I think, scientists in a specific area. Always data-driven science is already crossed the border of the different science area to make some results. So probably, so that's the, I think, common, I think, things that we would like to create, and this creation means across the border interdisciplinary research will make an appropriate output in this AI era. So, okay, so that would be the second discussion. So, Klaus, do you have any additional summary to these new, so open science, or anyway, the word, or interdisciplinary work, or across the border, or how do you feel about this kind of new research science approach in this AI era?
Well, when we talk about bringing AI, the best of AI and the best of humanity together in order to create something new or better, in some of the work groups, the topic came up, how can we in healthcare increase or create the acceptance of AI system for doctors? So my question to the panel would be, how can we get the doctors to accept and use these systems? And one of the questions you hear from doctors quite often, can artificial intelligence replace me as a doctor? So I would be very interested in getting the opinion of the panel on if and to what extent will AI be able to replace a doctor? Maybe in part or in total someday?
Okay, so let's discuss about the more detail about how we can, whether the AI can replace the clinician or not in the future. That will be again, related to all of the discussions that we have done in this session. So, definition of the humanity will be quite important. So to discuss about what is really the humanity is. So for example, the sense of beauty. Sense of beauty is one of the difficult point of the present AI to really recognize. And also the self-consciousness. This is another issue that the present AI is very difficult to do that by themselves. And third thing is that at present AI is input-output calculator, computer, kind of computer. But our brain has a self-organization activity because the brain waves are happening. So somehow, because my specific area is a neuroscience. So from that point of view, some difference seems to exist between the AI and the human brain. So, but on the other hand, maybe in the future, all of the AI technology can capture such kind of human character into the computer system and also become very similar to the human being. But also, I'd like to ask each of the panelists about the possibility of creating the AI looks very similar to human being. That's the first question. And the second question is whether we need such kind of AI in our society. So that's another question that I also would like to discuss with Klaus. But can I ask these two questions to you about
start with the one from Klaus, which I think is a good start, because everywhere where at this moment, what we actually have, we are at the beginning. So AI is beneficial to the doctor and the patient when it comes to repetitive things, when it comes to detail, to reproducibility, reproducible recognition of detail. And why would we withhold this from a patient? Why would we withhold this from a doctor to have support and assistance at a task that humans tend to not excel at? And so I think that's just a huge improvement in healthcare. And I think that the worry, if the question is a doctor going to be replaced, then I think, well, if the physician defines himself or herself solely by being able to do such a repetitive task, then yes, but then he or she's being replaced to do something that is more appropriate or more exciting. And I think that was mentioned earlier today as well. So the other question that goes beyond that, what will the future bring, and do we want this? I think we can't answer this. We have to see what is coming, but I think we can be courageous and allow things to develop. So to say, no, we don't want to even look at this because maybe the outcome could have consequences that we don't like, I think that's really missing out on things. That's not very human. Humans are very curious and courageous, and I think we should use those two things, those two really human tasks or characteristics, to approach AI as well. And of course, we're not naive. So as we go along, as we actually develop these applications, we also have to develop the legal framework, the ethical framework to deal with this, as we have done in the past. So you can see I'm notoriously optimistic, but I really think there's so much potential in this technology that we should not miss out on it just because we have justified worry that this could also be used for bad. But there's very few technologies that cannot be used for bad things.
Thank you for the discussion. So, how about Mino Sensei about the, especially we discussed about the role of AI in the health, medical health area. So I agree to her discussion that some routine part of the clinical practice should be replaced by AI, and that will make the system, the accuracy much better than the past. So that's true. And so then the clinician can focus to something that AI cannot replace. So that's another issue maybe you can discuss later, but that's I think, critical point at present to discuss. But in addition to this, again, you are the AI scientist, pioneer scientist, and know about the history of the AI for a very long time. So come back to the first question, but how the AI and so the human's difference, especially if there's some space between that AI cannot be replaced by the present clinicians. What is that? Sorry for the difficult question.
Well, that's a difficult question. Then I think the data represent the past, and data analysis can derive the knowledge of the past. That could be possible for now that AI can do. But what AI can do is predict the future. So usually in the computer science area, we can predict the future by simulation. The simulation is need a model, particularly the physical model or the computational model is necessary. So what is difficult to predict the future for humans is the difficulty comes from the modeling the human. So if we wanted to simulate the individual humans, we need a model of that human. So it's completely difficult. So I think that for AI, it's very difficult to predict the humans. And also, if you know the prediction from the AI, you can change the action or something. So the prediction is very difficult in such sense. So the sensei say the intellect is see what you can't see. The future we can't see now. So the point, I think that the AI now is the data-based AI. So such kind of AI is only inference based on the past data. So it's very difficult to predict the future of the human diseases or human use care. So for the medical doctor, I think that the AI has a very large amount of knowledge compared to the human. So it's a very good tool to support the medical doctor to how to treat the patient. That kind of things is important and very useful. So I recommend that the AI have to be used as a tool, not an independent autonomous machines, but just a tool. That is a very realistic way to use the AI to the medical area.
Thank you, Mino Sensei. So another word. So our future is not programmed simply by the DNA. So our future have a kind of degree of the freedom. So, but this is not a perfect freedom. So we have a reduction of the degree of freedom. So each people have some different future, but it's not determined. And we don't have appropriate mathematical tools to describe the degree of freedom or reduction of the degree of freedom for the personal, I think, prediction. But at present, I agree with the Mino Sensei that the AI application is not so easy to understand the degree of freedom. But one of the exception is that the generative adversary network is one of the way to create the new image, not only distinguishing the image, but the two AIs are compete together and try to find out something new. And our laboratory is really using this to create the new music and also the wedding dress by collaborating with the other wedding dress designer. At that case, something invisible will be, how we say, calculated using the AI. But if we use this, we say GAN, G-A-N, Generative Adversary Network, but GAN have some limitation. Always the human have helped GAN to make a final product. So that's the, how we say, one more thing. I'm sorry to go into that. But so even you hear the same song, something you hear about the Billy Joel's songs about the New York. And everybody hear the same music, same information is coming to the ear, but your feeling is different. So this is the reality of the humanity, something. But on the other hand, we can say G minor. If we say G minor, we can say that the music look like very sad, something look like everybody feel the same way. So I think that the AI can distinguish that this song is G minor, but they cannot predict the personal perception. So there's still a gap between the AI and the human brain. But maybe in the future, maybe that will be filled by the new technologies or something like that. So the time is coming, so maybe we can make in the final comments. Probably we have still 10 minutes or something, or we have to finish that. Okay, so this is the probably I would like to ask everybody, all of the panelists, for the final comments on this closing session. But we discussed about, we cannot make some common consensus about these things, about the humanity and AI. But I'd like to ask each people to, anyway, any comments is fine, about what kind of the society that you like live in future, or you can talk about AI and the humanity, but please have some comments starting from here. You.
So I think that AI is hopefully going to be a part of our future, not just in healthcare, but everywhere, because I think we will need all the help we can get to solve the problems that we are facing today and in the future. So, and as we've always done, I think humans will prevail by taking advantage of what they come up with, and AI is an exciting new area that has a lot of potential. So before I forget this, very briefly, I would like to draw your attention to the AI strategy of the German government, and in fact, Herr Mahnke told me that he has a Japanese translation of this available, and he would be delighted to hand this to people who are interested. So.
Well, I think that the AI is still developing rapidly, and maybe the equipment of the observation, measurement equipment is getting higher and higher resolution, and the precision is higher and higher. And it's already beyond the human ability to see or to hear and to memorize. These kind of things is very good at doing the AI. But still difficult things are that the human can do everything. So the AI can do the very specific task with a very high security beyond the human ability. So you can use the AI in a way that the human can show the ability. So that particularly in the healthcare area, I think that it's a very good area to collaborate the AI and the human together to provide a very good treatment to the patient. I think that it could be very good things to do.
We just have 1 minute, so very quickly. Of course, we are at the beginning of a very big revolution, so we have to explain a lot to children, to students, to population and health professionals. For example, radiologists now have a lot of questions in few years. What I do if in my job, if a machine says something. So I hope that we can assess benefit and risk, and I'm sure that we have a lot of benefit with AI.
But in healthcare, I certainly hope that AI is improving the quality. So for patients, no matter where they live and at what time of the day they need medical assistance. And outside of healthcare, I have a very selfish wish that we develop robots that can do every chore in the living room or in the apartment. You know, today I have a vacuuming robot, but I would need some who does the dusting and the washing and that kind of stuff. So that's my hope for the future, that all the mundane scores in the household will be done by robots. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to summarize this discussion. So I think that the AI will huge benefit to the human being for the future. That's, I think, everybody can agree to that. But how to use AI probably makes some difference between different countries, because each country have, especially the Japan has the Asian specific culture, and probably you know we are doing lots of AI science and data-driven science, but applying AI to the society is very limited still in Japanese society. So this has some meaning. So I think that's good things. I think that the diversity of the culture and these different culture peoples coming together and discuss about the AI will be the, I think, the source of the creativity. So I hope that we can discuss about the future society with these three countries, and we can make something new for the future and benefit for the human being in all over the world. Okay, thank you very much for your contribution.
So thank you very much to the closing panel, and thank you for sharing your vision and your optimism about AI in healthcare, and for your really valuable reflections also on the overall inputs during this forum today. This presented almost the last element of the program for today. So we hope you in the audience, also the speakers, learned a lot from the discussions and the working groups. And we do hope you also took the chance to network and meet, get to know people from other institutions, from other countries. I think that was the platform we tried to provide. For the closing, I would like to ask Ms. Mahnke, Director of the German Center for Research and Innovation Tokyo, and Ms. Sophie de Bensman, Counselor at the Embassy of France in Japan, to come to the stage.
In the name of the German Center for Research and Innovation, I would like to thank you all for coming. I would like to thank all the speakers from Japan, from Germany, and from France for coming. And I don't want to take too much of your time. You have listened to many interesting talks today, to many interesting discussions, and I think everybody takes an insight or something that he or she has learned today home, and I really hope that the trilateral cooperation between our three countries, Germany, France and Germany, will continue in this field. Before I give the word to my very dear friend Sophie, I would like to give two more thanks. First of all, to the team, the organization team that was working in the background. So everybody with these green scarves, they have worked very, very hard, and the head of it was Suzuki Tamayo-san. And so maybe a very little applause for the organization team. So secondly, I would like to give my thanks to the program team, so to say, to the brain who was behind the program. That was Ms. Constance Lang and Sophie de Bensman, who worked very, very closely together and made this very, very wonderful program. So thank you very much to you. So I would like to give the final word to my friend.
You say everything, Dorothea. I just want to add, in the name of the French Embassy, a good thanks to all the speakers who came from France, Germany, and Japan. It was, I think, a very fruitful discussion, and I'm pretty sure it paves the way for a long trilateral cooperation in this particular area. I would like also to thank the audience who participated a lot, in particular in the work seminar, the small seminar, the workshop, the 6th workshop, and I had the chance to attend to 2 out of 6, but I guess it was exactly the same on the other 4s. And I would like also to encourage you to follow up probably what will come out from our expert meeting tomorrow, and we'll try to make a summary, and if you have any comments, we would be very grateful if you can enrich the discussion and the roadmap that we can draw all together. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Okay, I would just like to give 3 logistical remarks, and then we're really relieved after a long day. One thing, humans have the tendency of self-optimization. We would send around an evaluation form if you give us feedback of what we can do better in the past, what maybe suit more your expectation. This would be nice. So you will receive an email from us giving you the link. Another point, for those of you who have been using the receiver, I don't really see someone right now, but please return the receiver before you leave that building. That would be important because otherwise you need to send it by post, and that's probably a hassle for you. And then the last thing, this is not really the last point of the program today. We go over to the really relaxed program element of a cocktail party. Those of you who have that blue point on their badge, I think you're aware that you might go to a reception tonight, so you received official invitation. So for those of you who move on with us to the residency of France, please, I was told you're not even allowed to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry for this. We should move on to go to the bus to take us to the other venue right away. So please, just everyone make sure to have their luggage. Of course, it's safe where you don't want to come back to pick it up later on. And then we will guide you to the bus. To all the audience, thank you so much for staying that day with us and following all the interesting